Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, your humble host, Joshua, with American Gnome Productions, and today I have a rather, well, they're always interesting and entertaining, at least I hope so, but I've got a pretty decent mix that is not only mostly relevant to today, but also some things, some short films that I haven't. There's a bunch out there. There's a whole channel that is dedicated to short films that are high tech, low tech, drama, whatever. Like they're all like short films available on YouTube. Sometimes I manage to see a couple of them in my feed. We've got such. I have up on the board for tonight Rhykker on Diablo 4, a short film called The Sky, an essay from Joe Scott on AI reaching a tipping point. Another short film called Portrait of a God, and yeah, then we have there's snap. 1 second, I missed that one. Troll Potatoes, gun. And we have the actual trailer for Warhammer 40K Boltgun. Yeah, I gotta fix that too. There we go. Yes. So I have some good stuff in the mix today. We're starting relatively early so that I can get a jump on this, and especially if I really get into Boltgun, it's gonna be it's gonna be a wrap, I guess. Go get. Yeah. Welcome, viewer. How are you doing? So let's observe tradition very quickly. Being a beard guy, you have to come to some realizations about beard care. I'm not a huge fan of like putting product into my hair or my beard, but growing a beard like this just leaches so much moisture out of your face that I really need to have some type of moisturizer in there, and I can feel it, it's relaxed my beard somewhat. Although my beard is naturally crinkly and wiry, and made to like it's designed to be compact and dense, sometimes it can be a challenge to own a beard like this or bigger. I've talked to several people. It is definitely a process. It's a, yeah, anyway. Let's do a dab real quick. Look at this fat motherfucker. Well, I did clear the 15-second, I guess it's the first 15 seconds of the video that you can't cuss. So we definitely cleared the 15-second mark. Yeah, about 4 minutes ago. Sometimes I'll be in a cussing mood, but you know, I can usually contain it a little bit. Hope everybody's okay tonight. It's about halfway through the week. We're not quite halfway, but we're, you know, it's Tuesday. As you know, my week doesn't start until tomorrow, so I have one more day to. Well, I think I'm caught up on my sleep because my back was telling me to get out of bed. Not in pain, but like, you know, it's time to get out of bed. You're not tired anymore. So I'm good on that. So I'm also trying to get an early go on this stream because I do want to be with you guys for a while, but I want to see if I can sort of get in a little bit early. We're supposed to have a repairman come in tomorrow to fix the washer or look at the washer. Hopefully fix it. But chances are he's going to be here while I would normally be sleeping. So I kind of maybe want to get ahead of the curve on this. And check. Once again, I'm smoking on this this lovely batter. It's much easier to work with, especially when you're on a timer and you're trying to run a stream at the same time. That's how you start the stream. Right there. You too can have the tolerance of a bull elephant when you smoke dabs. Notice that only applies to marijuana and marijuana-related products. I don't condone the use of anything else except for maybe the possibility of psychedelics, because research has shown that shit will help with cluster migraines and also for resetting your mood, but that's only after you are an adult and out of your parents' house and can trip nuts in your own home on your own time and be worried about your own fucking safety. Everything else I don't fuck with. I just I don't like needles, and I'm not really. I don't enjoy uppers. I don't. I'm more of the naturally laid back, and when I am upset, I don't really like being upset. Like the adrenaline is that's perfectly fine. I don't need anything else fucking contributing to that kind of fucking nonsense. Um, so, without further ado, let us jump into this admittedly unknown territory. I've seen, as usual, I've seen none of these, except for the with the exception of the Diablo 4 with Rhykker, because I was watching it and then I was like, wait, it'd probably be better to share with the community, because Rhykker, Force Gaming is already is also out there too, and he's cool. But Rhykker is the one that got to sit down, like, with them, and he probably has the most knowledge. Maybe not. I don't know. There's I think he's French or some. There's some guy from at least across the pond somewhere that is also like really fucking hip deep in Diablo 4's endgame. I'm sure there's quite a few out there, but Rhykker is he's an authority, and I feel confident with his assessment on Diablo 4 about whether it is worth your money. And we're going to watch an in-depth review on it because honestly, I spent $100 on this game, and I want to see and hear what he has to say about it. And if you're like me, or maybe you're not, maybe you're still on the fence whether you're going to pay for Diablo 4. I certainly was not happy with Diablo 3. I think I got a little ways in, and I was like, I don't care for the game very much. I definitely didn't vibe with the color palette. That had a lot to do with it, but I didn't like the auction house, the real money auction house anyway. The regular one, fine. I like that kind of stuff, like especially when you're high level and you find high level stuff that you have no need for, and you don't need to disenchant it, you don't need anything, but you could probably make some gold and probably make some of the motherfucker really fucking happy for a decent price. Yeah, like, so that's cool. But on that note, auction house trading should be locked to a certain world world difficulty, like 7 or 8, maybe 6, but I'd say comfortably 7 or 8. Because no, maybe it should be just 8, because that means or maybe like 7, because you're only there for the top tier gear, and nobody else has any other business fucking using this gear. Couldn't use it anyway until they get to where you are. Not necessarily like a gate, but you don't really need this shit until you get here anyway. Like and everything beforehand, like, you should be working to get naturally anyway. Play the fucking game. Go through the slog like everybody fucking else does. When you get to the near the top, when you're actually looking for stuff that, like, you can finally kit out your character, like, like something that just fits, or it has the fucking number of the stats or the affixes that you're specifically looking for. Sure. But there should be no fucking, like, just step into the fucking high roll through the auction house. With exception to maybe gems. Yeah. I don't know how gems work yet, but maybe gems. But anyway, let's see. Let me bring up the TV room. Yeah. Let's see what Mr. Rhykker has to say on whether Diablo 4 is worth our money. I've already decided it's going to be. I played in the last beta plus the stress test, and even with the limited time I had, like, you know, where I was ignoring things, like, I still, like, this is a game I want to play. Like, I like Diablo Immortal. I don't like the monetization. I don't like that. Like, if you really want to compete in PvP, you got to pay for things. But that game is probably paying for the development of Diablo 4 currently. Let's be honest. So let's crack into it.
Hey folks, this is Rhykker with my review of Diablo 4 after having had review access for a few days. That on top of the beta experience, on top of the experience playing at Blizzard HQ, the endgame build. Now, normally I don't make review videos, I make overview videos where I talk about a game, talk about its systems. I don't necessarily review and evaluate the merit of the game itself, but basically my entire channel has been an overview of Diablo 4, so the purpose of this video will be to help you decide whether you should buy Diablo 4 or not. Now, a little about me so that you understand the perspective that I'm coming from, since you should always consider a reviewer's perspective whenever possible to understand their biases, their preferences. Reviews should ultimately seek to be unbiased, but people can't help but have preferences. So I've been a Diablo fan since I was about 12 years old. A lot of my high school days were spent on bail runs in D2. D3 was one of my most anticipated games of all time, and I have thousands of hours in Diablo 3 and Diablo 2. I was working as a video game journalist when Diablo 3 released, and I think I gave it an 85 out of 100. It was a lot of good, but it wasn't as good as I'd hoped. Torchlight 2, another ARPG, released a couple months later, and I'm pretty sure I gave that one a 95 out of 100. Now, I believe that the expansion Reaper of Souls greatly improved Diablo 3, and today I believe Diablo 3 is a very fun game with some significant flaws that prevent me from enjoying it as much as I could. I don't like the design of the Paragon system. I don't think the base itemization is particularly interesting, and years of power creep have made progression way too fast and drop rates are out of control. Now, after having played a bunch of different ARPGs over the past decade, I believe what Diablo 3 does better than any other ARPG is the feel of combat. But I believe other ARPGs have more interesting itemization and character progression systems. So, that's me and my preferences. So let's talk about Diablo 4, the game that is...
No. Again, like, Diablo 3 probably led to overall a better game down the road. Diablo Immortal, though highly flawed in its own right, when I'm playing, when I'm actually even on the phone, which was a fucking shocker, you know. Like, I understand, like, on the older generation phones, this would have been a really fucking crap experience, but the combat felt really good, and it's transferred over to Diablo 4. Combat felt really comfortable, and you can do a lot of things like fairly quickly, and I'm just, yeah, you know what? Combat it feels good. Diablo makes combat feel really good, even with point and click. Really, really good.
Supposed to be a return to glory for Diablo. Many Diablo fans rejected Diablo 3. D3 was absolutely a huge commercial success. One of the best-selling games of all time, made a ton of money, but in some ways it was a giant failure because it made Diablo lose its status as uncontested king of the ARPG genre, and it led to the rise of competitors that kept closer to the Diablo 2 formula. Now, 11 years after the launch of Diablo 3, we have Diablo 4, whose whole motto is Return to Darkness, which is also symbolic in intending to be a return to the roots of Diablo, whereas Diablo 3 sort of strayed from that. But in addition to honoring the past, Diablo 4 is also taking a huge step in a different direction by having an open, shared world, similar to an MMORPG, just without a massive amount of players. But you can walk from one end of the world to the other, and you'll run into other players along the way. You'll see them in town, you'll join up with them against world bosses and random events. You exist in this persistent world. It's not just, I create a game, I'm in this instance, I leave, I create a new one, and it refreshes. Now, over the years of open development that the devs have shared with us, a development process more open than I think we've ever seen anywhere at Blizzard, it's clear that the devs are trying to recapture some of the elements of Diablo 2 and even Diablo 1 that were lost with Diablo 3. Did they succeed in doing so? Did they manage to bring the best of all Diablo games together into some uber Diablo game? Or did they make some ungodly Frankenstein abomination? Well, let's evaluate. Now, to start, I'll say that this review won't cover the story. During my limited time with the game, I focused on gameplay and I skipped through all the story cutscenes and dialogue, but I will stream my full story playthrough because I very much care about story. Don't think that I don't. And I'll likely make a separate story review video. Also, story spoilers are under embargo, so we're not even supposed to be talking about that yet. What I will say, though, is that Diablo is a universe that is rich in lore. I mean, I got a 17-part.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? It's me, Josh, with American Gnome Productions. How y'all doing tonight?
Building upon and expanding that lore in meaningful ways, through revisiting and further fleshing out important characters, to giving us the opportunity to visit and experience places we've only heard about or read about before. But let's dive into the meat, the gameplay. Now, I said Diablo 3 has, in my opinion, the best-in-class RPG combat. Diablo 4 basically takes Diablo 3's combat and improves upon it by adding a more tactical element to combat. We have the same fluidity of gameplay. Combat feels good and satisfying, and with some classes and builds, I'd go so far as to say it feels amazing. But additionally, now we also have an evade button, and enemies are designed in a way that encourages us to prioritize targets on the battlefield, move around a lot, not just stay stationary and hit it with my stick. There's more complex enemy mechanics to react to, and the game gives you tools to react to them, to dodge them. I'll note that I played on PC with a mouse and keyboard. I've heard good things about controller support, but I have no first-hand experience there. But totally, staunch mouse and keyboard member of the dev team tried playing.
They have pretty solid keyboards or controller support for Diablo Immortal as well. I haven't tried controller for that because I play on phone and I'm just kind of be weird. But like when I'm on the PC and I'm casting. When I'm casting from my phone to my PC and recording for you guys, it does show the corresponding bumpers for controls for the controller. Like you can see,
how y'all doing tonight?
All that kind of stuff. So it's there.
I just got Diablo Immortal to load in.
The pace of combat is slower than other RPGs. This is either a good thing or a bad thing, depending on your preferences. More tactical combat needs to have a slower pace. If what you are looking for is a mindless hack and slash where you just hold down a button and screens of monsters explode, this is not the game for you. At least not yet. Who knows in a year or two what the pace of the game will be. One thing I will mention as a con for the gameplay is I found myself opening my map a lot while traveling in the overworld. So basically, I walk a bit, or I'm on my horse a bit, then open map, close map, move more, open, look at map, move more, and just repeat, and it's just this constant interruption of my game flow to open up the map. Now, I know
we've got this set up and ready to go.
Old school ARPG
I have a number of things that I want to do.
In Diablo 4, this is basically a map that overlays on top of your gameplay, so you're looking at a map and gameplay at the same time. That would solve this, but Diablo 3 didn't have
I'm gonna go do some world cruising,
yes,
like go kill some
Is this a fact
stuff in the open world, and then we'll do a dungeon, and then I'm gonna see what's cracking on doing maybe a world boss.
I don't know what it is exactly, but I definitely would appreciate.
Yeah.
To be honest, I was too hell-bent on getting through what I could
I've
to really
been
care
on
about the
for
mini-map. We'll
like
find out when we
3 hours now,
do
so
the thing.
I need to keep myself limber and
I generally prefer playing
trying to keep myself from getting tired. Middle here of the screen.
My favorite class.
I'm not sure what the fuck that is, but
during the open beta, Barbarian and Druid were my least favorite classes. They didn't feel as fun to play, partially based on them feeling weaker, but also just struggling with mobility issues and sometimes resource generation issues. So what I can say is the balance pass that was made since open beta has improved things quite a bit. I tried all 5 classes in review, at least at low level, and class balance for early play felt a lot better. Necromancers are no longer overpowered, but they're also not garbage. Sorcerers are no longer overpowered and still very strong. Barbarians felt a lot better. Druid is still my least favorite early game class. It feels weaker unless you're running a pet build. Pets are super strong, but everything else just feels quite weak. That said, Druid becomes very strong at high level. As for high level endgame balance, look, it's going to be a process as the community discovers the most broken builds. By Season 1, which is expected to be mid to late July, I'm expecting a balance patch that's going to put things in a much better state. Not to say that they're in a bad state now, but evaluating the balance right now, I mean, again, it's going to change very quickly. This is going to be an evolving game with an evolving meta. But the early game is typically something that's not touched post-launch. And the early game experience right now is how new players will experience the game. This is going to be their first impression, and the balance there has gotten good, but it could have been a bit better. Every class can definitely beat the campaign, though, and get through the content. That's not an issue at all. Now, the 5 classes they decided to launch with offer a good variety of play styles and flavor, and even within a class, you can feel like you can explore different class fantasies. You can be a fire sorcerer or a cold sorcerer. You can be a trap-laying rogue or a sneaky backstabbing rogue. You can be a werewolf druid or a stormcaster druid. Between skill trees, paragon, gear, there's a lot of room for theory crafting and creating a variety of different builds. Now, every game will have meta builds, but it feels like we'll be able to see greater diversity of builds and greater diversity within a given build than we currently see in Diablo 3. And respec cost is not prohibitive, so you're not forced to roll up a new character to change your build. At low level, you can change your build very easily, and at high level, the cost just basically dissuades you from constantly changing build. I'll have a full video giving an overview of the different classes.
I'm fairly careful about the way I build my characters anyway.
With regards to game difficulty, I'll say that Diablo 4 is not an easy game. You start off with normal and veteran difficulty modes, and you unlock 2 additional difficulty tiers by completing specific challenging dungeons. The game isn't super difficult, it's not a Dark Souls here, but it's more challenging than Diablo 3. ARPG veterans will have no problem conquering Diablo 4, but newcomers to the genre or more casual players, they might find themselves hitting roadblocks along the way. They might need to level up, might need to gear up before progressing further, might need to look up build guides to see what are they doing wrong and how can they continue on. And to some degree, they might also just need to get good.
Sometimes you just need to fucking get good and win the fight.
That was a world boss.
Approaches extra difficulty is great. First off, bosses and enemies in general just have more mechanics than past Diablo games. You gotta react to these mechanics, you got attack patterns to learn, and on higher difficulties, enemies don't just get more life and more damage, but they become smarter and more aggressive, which is a great way to dial up difficulty. It's more interesting. And you want to unlock those higher difficulties in order to gain access to better loot. But the game's gonna make you look for it.
Yeah,
so
which is why I'm trying to build in defensive abilities into my necromancer build. Like I will be doing the thorns build. Because I remember doing that in Diablo 2, and that it was really nice. I remember the paladin had a really nice thorn build in Diablo 2 as well.
never be a level 50 character stomping around in a level 5 zone. And since the world scales up in level along with you, this can hurt your sense of progression. If the pace at which you are increasing in power via getting the right loot and spending skill points the right way, if this is not keeping up with how fast you're leveling up, you will actually feel weaker as you go higher in level. And you can never return to a low-level zone to feel like a tough guy stomping on weak monsters. Now, this was a trade-off made in the interest of having an open world in which all regions remain relevant in the endgame. If monsters don't scale up with you, then all low-level regions would be ignored at the endgame. And I do believe this trade-off was worth it because it allows for so much more variety of content in the endgame.
Yeah.
But I can't say that it doesn't hurt that feeling of progression. Also, gear visuals don't really significantly progress as you level up. Seeing the visual progression of gear as you play through an RPG, going from shoddy ragtag armor to increasingly elaborate and fancy armor to arguably over the top.
That was a good, that was a nice thing in Diablo 2. Like you could,
and D4 doesn't really have that.
You could literally see the grade of your armor go up as you gain like every 10 levels. Like your armor would look better, like substantially better, up until you had like armor sets that looked like Iron Man, like, you know, like shiny and porcelain, like that, with like bristling with fucking power and coolness. Like it was pretty cool.
Gear instead is based on the regions. There's 5 regions, and each has
Which
its
I like
own
too.
distinct gear visual style, which is cool.
It'd be nice to have
You can
gear
argue
that
that
changes
legendaries and
like
elites look
its
more awesome
flavor
than
and
regular
style,
items.
like whenever you're in a
And
different place.
Early game, you're not decked out on them, and as you level up, you're getting more and more of these cooler looking items. But we don't have these tiers of visual progression like in Diablo 2 or Diablo 3 that again helps you feel that journey more. It's a minor thing, but it does impact sense of progression. Another thing that impacts sense of progression is the fact that you unlock your main damage dealer by like level 5, and that's the power you'll likely keep using as your main damage dealer all the way to level 100. It does become stronger with a greater skill point investment and supporting gear, but here's a level 100 barbarian and here's a level 5 barbarian, and they're both using whirlwind as their main attack. The progression of skills in D4 is instead based around horizontal progression rather than vertical progression like in Diablo 2. In Diablo 2, you unlock more powerful skills that obsolete your earlier skills. This creates its own issues, which led to the synergy system, which again is not perfect. And I'm not suggesting that the D2 way of vertical progression was a better system, but you do feel the difference when you go from a level 1 skill to a level 12 skill to a level 30 skill. It feels like a significant
True.
upgrade. It feels more awesome. With Diablo 4's horizontal progression, you are instead expanding your toolkit. As you level up, you add more utility skills, and eventually possibly an ultimate. You're becoming a more well-rounded character. And this approach actually solves a lot of the issues with vertical progression systems, but it just doesn't feel as satisfying like changing out your main attack. However, what Diablo 4 does deliver is multiple vectors of progression. As you go through the game, you are progressing along a skill tree. You are then progressing along a paragon board. You're progressing your renown. You're progressing your codex of power. You're progressing through different tiers of itemization. You're progressing your gear upgrades. It always feels like there's a
there is a renown system in the game.
Overall power, which is
with what area, whatever area you're in,
and chasing after goals.
Legendary.
But there is something a bit lost in the feeling of progression, just the experience. If I had to pick having one in my game over the other, if I only have one of the two, I'd definitely go with having multiple vectors of progression like D4 has. That's what keeps me playing, but that sense of progression adds that extra magical quality to the experience. Alright, onto loot and itemization, arguably the most important part of an ARPG. At least for me. All other gameplay, everything else in an ARPG is just to serve...
I'm a veteran of Diablo 1 and 2. I didn't like 3. I'm super excited for Diablo 4. I like Diablo Immortal with the exception of the monetization.
The loot hunt.
In fact, I have it itching to play it right now while we're talking.
Drop rates feel good. The game doesn't rain legendaries down upon you, so it remains exciting to get a legendary drop, but they're not so rare that you go multiple play sessions without finding one. As for the itemization, that is the items themselves, their properties, their affixes, what we see is something of a combination between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 with some unique twists based on Diablo 4's unique mechanics. D4's itemization takes the best part of Diablo 3's itemization. Legendary aspects. These are properties that will modify the way a skill works to allow for build changing and build defining items. Just, it doesn't bring along the absurd damage multipliers. It does not, in my opinion, take enough of the best of Diablo 2's itemization, however. There's definitely a Diablo 2 influence, but I wish that influence were stronger than it is. For instance, item bases. In Diablo 4, there are inherent differences between weapon types. A sword has certain native properties that an axe does not.
You let my cat out.
But I wish we also saw that with
For a
armor
cigarette.
and other gear.
And then I guess we're doing some purification stuff. This looks like a dungeon and it's a clan thing, which is
light
cool.
crown or a full-on knight's helmet. It's just a piece of artwork, and a helm always has the same properties. The thing that Diablo 4 does very differently with its itemization comes in the form of situational damage multipliers.
Okay.
You have damage versus vulnerable enemies as an affix, damage versus distant enemies, damage versus healthy enemies, etc. I have a full video going through all these terms over here. Do check that out if you're planning to play the game. Now, on one hand, this opens up many build opportunities to create item and skill combinations that specialize in damaging enemies in specific ways. On the other hand, in general, affixes on gear just aren't as interesting or exciting as some other ARPGs. Outside of a legendary power, which that's always cool and exciting, I rarely look at an item and think, oh wow, what a great affix. Affixes
No, I need to stay
generally
present
contribute
in
very
here.
small
I
damage
definitely want to play it.
5% more damage to vulnerable. Cool, that's helpful, but it's not exciting. You don't feel a 5% damage bonus. It doesn't appreciably change your gameplay experience. You know you're getting stronger. You can do the math, you can accept the numerical increase, but because it's not perceptible, you're not feeling that increase. It's just not exciting. In Diablo 2 at low level, you have a sword that deals an average of 5 damage per hit. Then you find a magic sword with an affix, plus 5 fire damage. Wow, that's doubling your damage. That's amazing. That is exciting, and it's a very appreciable increase. Diablo 4's itemization and damage scaling system is basically designed that, as I understand it, if you don't keep those numbers low, then damage would scale out of control. So we can't just say as a simple fix, well, increase that 5% to 50%, because then everything would spiral into trillions of damage. So again, it's a system that affords building characters to be a variety of skill and item combinations that can benefit from and specialize towards different damage types and effects. You can have a vulnerable build, you can have an overpower build, you can have a fortify build. But the feeling of progression suffers in the meantime, and item affixes become generally less exciting. Basically, I feel like when it comes to progression in D4, with regards to skills and itemization and everything, the focus was on delivering a fantastic destination, a variety of final builds that allow for a multitude of playstyles and character customization. But the journey to that destination isn't as exciting as I would have hoped. Alright, let's talk a moment about the forced multiplayer in D4. D4 has no offline mode and no ability to stop yourself from ever seeing another player. While playing through the campaign, you'll only run into people you invite into your party. But outside of that, you will see other players in town hubs, and you will run into them sometimes out in the open world. Dungeons remain private instances to you and your party, and world bosses will
Sometimes I'll
always see
team
a
up
group
with
of
people,
players
but
around
I'm
12.
usually a
Now, I'm someone
solo.
who is very concerned about
Usually.
MMO elements making their way into Diablo 4.
Dungeons are
There's a lot
different.
that I dislike
Raids
about
are
having
different.
random people in my game. I don't mind it so much in town. It can hurt my immersion, but it's not the end of the world. But in the open world, I hate it when, in MMOs, players are competing over resources, waiting for monsters or bosses or quests to respawn because other players got there first. And the worst is when you see this lineup of people waiting. I can safely say that I have no problems with how Diablo 4 handles all this. On the occasion when I do
Yeah,
run
it
into a
should be
random person in
phasing,
the
right?
world,
That
it's
happens,
generally
that handles all
at
that.
an event, random events.
Sharding, I guess.
Contribution is almost always welcome. Random world events are generally easier with help, and sometimes you get the pleasant surprise of joining an event in progress or an event that's nearly complete. So you just show up and boom, it ends and you get a nice reward chest. So running into other people outside of town has generally been a positive experience. The game has a trade system. You cannot trade legendary or unique items, but you can trade rare gear.
I'm excited about how big the actual map is. Like, yeah, because if you're going to have multiple people, like if you're going to have other players, you're going to need lots and lots of room.
I don't want
Makes sense.
trade to be the most efficient way to gear up your character. Should there maybe be more things that you're allowed to trade in D4? Maybe there's room for adjustment here. It's hard to tell outside of experiencing that trade system in a living environment, but the core trade idea is solid. Some things can be traded, some things cannot be traded. Now, as for clans, the game has clans. It's not all we can say. It doesn't do much with them. Hopefully, clan features can be built up in the future. Maybe clan housing, where you can work towards unlocking cosmetics for your clan.
I think they're working that out with, they're still trying to work that out with Diablo Immortal too.
This house and you can have trophies and whatever. That's just one example of a clan feature. Okay, let's hit on all the other classic game review stuff now.
Alright, let's go.
They nailed this. For those who didn't like the cartoony feel of D3, this is a firm return to grim and gritty. The game looks great. It's not going for 100% realism, but it's looking more like a realistic painting, which lends it a certain subtle style. The dark fantasy pervades every environment, every character, animations, environments, characters, monsters. Everything looks great. Nothing stands out as subpar. Actually, you know what? There are some icons, like the Necromancer Book of the Dead icons, that do stand out as not being up to the same quality standard as the
Yeah, they do look a little basic, but it works.
But
It works.
In-game is great, and with the ability to customize the visuals of our character more than ever, we really get to appreciate the jump in graphics quality from D3 to D4. Environments are gorgeous, transitions between environments are seamless. The game even includes a vista mechanic where in specific designated regions you can make the camera angle come down to character level and kind of look forward over the shoulder onto the environment, and that's always a visual treat. Dynamic lighting further enhances the mood. I remember this one particular instance of this lantern shaking in the wind.
Yeah.
And the way the light and the shadows of the lantern are cast on the environment. It reminded me so much of that cinematic from Diablo 2 of the Wanderer emerging from that inn.
Nice.
Then sound design is
Nice.
great. There's so much voice acting, which brings the world to life. Diablo 4 feels more alive than any other Diablo game, thanks in part to all the NPCs we get to meet and interact with.
There's oodles of side quests to do. I had to skip all of them, or nearly all of them. I think just about all of them,
game mechanics
to try to get where I needed to go.
Managed to effectively signal without sounding out of place. And every region has its own iconic music. Scotland feels so Viking. Fragile Peaks has its mournful violin strings.
Nice.
Hawazar has this duduk, I think it's called. It's a horn instrument that is instantly recognizable. Then Kyrgyzstan has that sitar that gives that instant Arabian feeling. And the voice acting is fantastic, with standout performances from Lorath and Lilith and the Pale Man who freed Lilith. I don't remember if his name is public yet. From a technical standpoint,
Yeah, don't tell me. I'll find out in the story.
Crashes, good frame rates, no bugs, all very polished. Again, I played on PC for what it's worth. Okay, now let's talk about replayability and content. I think it's going to take the average player about 20 hours to play through the main campaign. Longer if you do all the side content along the way, and there's a ton of side content.
Yeah,
Side
we'll be doing
quests
all
to
the side
dungeons
content
to,
too.
Again, random world events. And because of how the campaign is designed, and because of the world scaling, you can play through the game in a non-linear fashion. You're not forced to play through the different regions of the world in a specific order. And this greatly enhances replay value. On subsequent playthroughs, not only can you choose to play another of the 5 classes, but you can play through the quests in a different order and spend more or less time on the side content of different regions. Then you get the post-campaign content, end-game content. Diablo 4 is launching with more content in it than Diablo 3 has today. It's launching with more content than any ARPG has ever full launched with. Yes, other ARPGs today do have more content in them today, after years of getting more and more content over time, but Diablo 4's base launch.
So Blizzard is
get
learning from
upon
past
every 3
lessons.
months, with the first season already again stated to come by late July at the latest. So outside of that main campaign, you got open
why can't I?
You got over 120 dungeons, open world events, a few world bosses, hell tide events, which are temporary hell invasions in a random part of the world, all while progressing through 3 key difficulty levels and defeating super dungeons to unlock those higher difficulties. There's enough variety of things to do to keep the average player busy for a while. I have a full video going over the endgame offerings right here. And then, on top of that, every new season should bring in some form of new content to add further replayability to the experience. So what we have is a solid foundation upon which content can continue to be built. There's potential for long-term engagement. Alright, now let's talk about value. For a base price of $70, you're getting a campaign that can take you 20 hours to go through, longer if you really explore all the side content. It's a full AAA narrative experience with cinematics, voice acting, cutscenes. Then there's the post-campaign content, and you can easily get a total of 80 hours of gameplay off of leveling 1 character. Multiply that by 5 different classes, and you got 400 hours of gameplay from just the base experience. Then factor in that the game will continue to get free seasonal updates every 3 months, and Diablo 4 can easily be a game that you can invest thousands of hours into over the course of years, assuming it remains fun for that long. All this for a base price of $70. Now, I don't know about you, but there are few forms of entertainment out there that deliver thousands of hours of entertainment for $70. ARPGs are generally very good value per dollar. Again, I got thousands of hours of fun off Diablo 2 and Diablo 3, and I'm expecting the same will apply to Diablo 4. Now, let's hypothesize that the first expansion releases in 2 years. You can easily have over 600 hours logged by then, if you played 80 hours every season. So that's 600 hours of fun before you're expected to spend money on an expansion to keep playing the game with the latest updates. Now, of course, I haven't touched upon the Digital Deluxe, or the Ultimate Edition, or the in-game shop, or the Battle Pass. In my review build, there was no in-game shop, no Battle Pass. But as far as we've been led to believe, all this stuff will be purely cosmetic. So you can choose to not buy any of it and not have your gameplay experience impacted.
Oh, here's where we, like today, there was a video, they had a cosmetic set that was like $25. And they had another kind of set that was $20. That's highway robbery when the game is already $70. That is that's a good chunk of the fucking main game that you want us to spend, or not want. Well, yeah, you want. You don't need us to. We don't need to. It's not required. But if you want a sick new cosmetic, it's going to cost you at least $25. You know, like that's a third of the game almost. You know, like. Battle passes, again, same thing. This is if you want cosmetics or like in-game currency or shit. It's the same thing that they do in Diablo Immortal. There's enough shit that you can get just by playing the game. I don't know, man. Like the battle pass is purely down to whether it is worth it to you personally or not. I cannot. Okay, so like in Diablo Immortal, and the video that's playing in the background, like so, in order to upgrade your get some synergy going between your gear and your level 10 gem, you got to buy this thing called a Dawning Echo, so that it and it's like 1,000 opals or whatever, or whatever the orbs are in Diablo Immortal, and if you have the gems that you want in your build, then I guess at least 1 or 2 of them is worth it. But I don't know about getting them all. Like I'm not really happy with some of the monetization that that Blizzard has used for Diablo Immortal and is hinting for in Diablo 4. But you can ignore it. It is just cosmetic, so let's press on.
Good value per dollar it's pretty much up to you. I can't tell you how much you should value an imaginary pair of pants. Once we see prices, though, we can compare them to what else is on the market. But again, we don't have that info yet. Similarly, the battle
We
pass
do
is
today,
also
Rhykker. We do today.
We do, however, know how much the battle pass will cost. It's $10 for the basic pass and $25 for the accelerated pass that lets you skip tiers. And that sounds about par for the course for the industry. As for the digital deluxe,
kind of annoying
you
that
get 4 days early
everything
access
is
to the game,
fucking
plus some
cursed.
cosmetics, plus a battle pass. So $90, that's $20 more than the base game. And for everything that's included, that does seem like good value if you value those extra perks and cosmetics. The Ultimate Edition also gives you a special fancy emote, plus the accelerated battle pass for $100.
Don't care about the emote.
This is good value because for only $10 more, you're getting something that's worth $15 more, like the digital deluxe, plus an emote. However, again, this is if you value these things. If you plan to play the hell out of Season 1, then you don't really need the accelerated battle pass, which in my opinion is more for people who believe they will not be able to put in the 80 hours required to complete a battle pass over the course of 3 months. So then, is the emote by itself worth an extra $10 for something that's not constantly visible on your character that you need to activate to show off for a couple of seconds? I'd say no, that's not worth $10. But as a diehard Diablo fan, I'd spend that money anyway because I wouldn't forgive myself knowing that there's something in game that other people got that I didn't. But if this were any other game, I wouldn't bother with any of that and just get the base $70 game. So, just a high-level summary of pros and cons here. Pros. Graphics, sound, and art direction are fantastic. Gameplay is smooth and fun. Game isn't mindlessly easy. Strong campaign experience. Huge amount of side content. Robust initial endgame offerings. Tons of replay value. Multiple playstyles available for every class. Cons. Gameplay may be too slow for some modern ARPG fans. Itemization is not as interesting as some other ARPGs. Forced multiplayer is a turnoff for some people. Not all classes feel as good to play at low level. Sense of progression can be underwhelming. Alright, so, to wrap things up here, if Diablo 4 is your first Diablo game, and it sounds like the kind of game that interests you, then I think you'll enjoy Diablo 4 a lot. I expect tons of people to really enjoy Diablo 4. It may end up becoming the most popular Diablo game yet, and the most popular ARPG ever. If you are an ARPG fan who hates Diablo 3 to this day, then you may feel that Diablo 4 is too much like Diablo 3 for your liking. If you're a fan of the super fast pace of modern ARPGs, then you may find Diablo 4 is too slow for you. Diablo 3 opened up the ARPG genre to a more casual audience, and in doing so, it lost depth of systems as a consequence. Diablo 4 is also opening up the ARPG genre to a wider audience, but this time, not to a more casual audience. Not by losing depth. It's opening up to the enormous audience of MMORPG players. Diablo 4's open world, its world bosses, its shared world experience, these are elements that will be very familiar to MMO players. Maybe they're even the reason that the MMO is so much bigger than the ARPG. But that's the core gameplay of the reward, the progression, the loot hunt, all of that remains fundamentally ARPG. And that's why, to me, no matter what MMO elements might be in D4, it's still an ARPG. Diablo 4 is taking the Diablo franchise in a new direction. If all you want is more of the same, that's not what Diablo 4 is delivering. Diablo 4 is not an improved Diablo 2. It's not an improved Diablo 3. It does capture some of the best aspects of all Diablo games. It has Diablo 3's fantastic combat. It has a character progression system, skill point system more similar to Diablo 2. And it captures the gothic horror fantasy of Diablo 1. But on top of that, it's fundamentally changing the foundation upon which all of these systems exist by moving to this shared open world. And that can feel alien to an ARPG purist. This isn't a dumbing down of Diablo. It's also not an attempt to perfect the existing Diablo formula. It's a new adventure. Yep. If you're a Diablo fan, you're either along for this ride, or you're not. But I can tell you that for the greater gaming audience, it's going to be one hell of a road trip.
Amen, brother. We are ready.
But what are your thoughts about Diablo 4? Why are you or are you not planning to get it? Sound off in the comments. Because that's going to wrap up this video. But if you do plan to get Diablo 4, as a reminder, check out my guide going over all of the game terms that are important to know, and stay tuned for more guides. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to Twitch, Patreon, and YouTube supporters for making these videos possible. If you like what you see on this channel and want to support the creation of more content, you can consider pledging on YouTube or Patreon and unlocking behind-the-scenes content, monthly virtual hangouts, and more. If you enjoyed this video, please share it. Check out these other videos, and subscribe to join Rhyker's Raiders for more Diablo content.
Thank you very much, sir.
What do you need, friend?
A word from Meow Wolf and Omega Mart.
Are your crackers crumbling under the weight of regular peanut butter? Are you tired of your cracked crackers? P2000 Cracker Spackle is a heavy-duty, high-viscosity quickset answer to all your cracked snack woes. Our compound gets into the deepest recesses of your cracker cracks for a mess-free, nutritious snack that everyone will enjoy. Call today for the special price of $19.95. But wait, call in the next 2 seconds and receive the patented mini spackle knife for your tiniest cracker snacks.
I want my crackers backle.
When you want a taste of America, we got a culinary treat for you. Americanized beef is the way to go. If you take a bite into our ribeye steak, you'll no longer feel like a special snowflake. Americanized beef, make America taste great again.
I'm American the cow, and I put the red and green, white and woo. Eat me. Don't be a commie.
Americanized beef, make America taste great again.
$99.99 a pound.
Omega Mart.
All right. I need to go smoke a cigarette. I'll be right back.
Good to
Have you seen this wizard?
Hilts Trader.
He's on the loose.
see you.
Where are you, Harry?
fucking inventory. Or at least purify the fucking shit I have on me.
Next up, what is this? Bill Hader. Okay. Watch that. Let's see. But
Like my time.
all right. Next up is The Sky. It's a cosmic horror film. It actually ties in very well to the content that we're going to be going into here soon. But before we jump into a horror film, let's take some preparatory steps. Step 1. Prepare your labs. Or if you wish, go get something to drink, get your bowl ready, whatever your ritual is. Prepare. Once again, tonight our music is provided by Total Eclipse. He is available on Spotify, and he allows his like his playlists on Spotify we can use for our content. It's very handy when you're trying to have something in the background playing, and you know. I'm also trying to get my face to face. I still look this way and that way, but I know the camera is right here. But also, you're never supposed to look into the camera anyway, right? Am I supposed to break the fourth wall? I don't know, guys. Yeah, I guess. That's what this is all about, isn't it? Or, you know, me to you. I know things are, well, at least around here, things are changing rather fast, situation-wise. What I mean is I may be getting a vehicle here soon, and through no engineering of my own, it's weird how the universe works like that. So I really like this song. What is this? Blossom.
Can you still not?
Back in the wild and woolly west days of the internet, when sharing programs were just coming into being, and really, like, you could, if you had the right program, you could find anything.
So can you?
Having access to the music that you wanted was a pretty big thing on the to-do list. I remember Winamp being one of the most stable MP3 players, one of the most stable MP3 player packages available for a long time. I mean, a long time, and you can get skins for them and different things. I miss those days. But the point is, Winamp radio used to be a thing. I don't know, it probably still is if Winamp is still around. But I remember finding a lot of the music that I would be formative in my growing taste in music from there. DJ Shadow was a big influence on me. Astral Projection. And then just a whole host of other artists. Those were the first two loves that I ever found on YouTube on Winamp, was Astral Projection and DJ Shadow. And I will forever be grateful for the mental support that, especially DJ Shadow, that man, what he does with a set of turntables and a crate of records is fucking, it's some of the finest artwork ever, musically.
I'm not entirely sure what I just did, but
maybe in my elder years, like being able to share music with audiences will be easier, and I can be one of those elderly radio jocks. That motherfucking. This song is from the year 2011. It was a fucking jam. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. I have daydreamed about being able to do that. Like right now, we'll be sitting here and I'll just be able to go in and play stuff. Be like, oh, this song, yeah, yeah, this song. You know what I'm saying? You know how fucking awesome that would be. I mean, I know you can do it in private channels and shit like that, and I can't do that yet. But I have played around with Discord. I kind of lost interest in trying to make my Discord work. Maybe I'll try again later. It's still active. It's still up there. But I'm not really on there ever. I'm more active on Twitch and YouTube. There we go. Let's get this. those are up here. And... oh yeah. Got it. I hope everybody's doing well tonight. Going on 10. If you've got to go to work or school tomorrow, have a great day. Be safe. Sure, Gnome gives his due. He likes catnip quite a bit too. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, the sky. Let me go ahead and put this on pause. The Sky, award-winning cosmic horror by Matt Sears.
Never have I ever been to France. You know I have. Okay, this is going to be easy. Never have I ever shoplifted. Okay. I got one. Never have I ever eaten an avocado. Now you're taking the piss. You definitely had an avocado. No, that's not my scene. Never have I ever had a one-night stand. Okay, I have one. Never have I ever tried shrooms. Victoria, what are you doing? Those are my distractors.
Full disclosure, I have tried shrooms. They don't work very well on me. I got better effect out of that, drying them out and smoking them in a bowl. Acid, however, works very well on me.
Never have I ever been so scared. Me neither.
Ooh. They don't taste good. It's like it's
Oh.
it's like eating sort of like styrofoam that's gone off. Like it really is. It's not good. Y'all are gonna fucking trip nuts. Or whatever the equivalent is.
Ellie, I need to tell you. I wish I could go back and change what I did. I ruined everything between us. I'm so sorry.
Oh shit. And she's on shrooms now. It's gonna take a minute, but fuck.
I'm coming to the pier. Please wait for me. If I don't make it in time, just know that I love you.
Oh.
is it?
It's my mum.
What?
She's left the house and she's gonna come look for me.
Wait, where are you going?
Well, she thinks I'm somewhere else and I can't leave her alone today.
Why not? She doesn't give a shit about you.
Yeah, I know, but she's my mum and I can't leave her alone like this.
Okay, but a mum doesn't kick out her daughter every time she has a new boyfriend.
Look, why don't you come with me?
It's too late. I mean, look.
Let's just stay here together.
We're each other's family, remember?
Woof. Why don't you just tell her to come here? Yep. It's either the storm or you're starting to trip titties. I guess that would be the female equivalent, yes? That looks really fucking cool. She's probably fucking
Are you okay? I feel really weird. Can I have some water? Yeah.
yeah.
It will feel like a really good spoon.
She's already...
Yeah, whatever.
So I guess they're waiting for, I mean...
It is pretty amazing. The sky is beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm glad I stayed.
Oh yeah. The mushrooms have taken hold.
I mean, the pier's too far away anyways. What's wrong?
I never mentioned the pier. How do you know where my mum's going?
I don't.
What did you do?
I'm sorry. I knew she was gonna try and find
Oh
you.
my god!
Mm.
Get the fuck away from me!
I'm sorry, Ellie. Ellie, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Ellie.
Oh shit. Yeah, I don't think puking is gonna change anything. You're good. Oh man.
Wait, where are you going? Wait, Ellie! Wait, Ellie!
That's gonna be bad. And it's so sad. Damn, she walked right in. Oh. Yeah, like really, like what? You're fucking. You're tripping right now.
Wait!
Holy fuck. Emma. Well, at least, I mean, at least, at least you got to see each other at the end. It was a bit upsetting. I mean, but that was the intended effect. That you know. Oh, that's okay. So maybe I will. Gonna save that one for later. Sound from the Deep. Maybe we'll watch that one later. Maybe I'll watch that on my own. I don't know. There are a lot of really good short films on YouTube. All right. Now, a word from Meow Wolf.
Sick of being confused by so many products? Get rid of them all! Power Wing's multi-purpose formula has over 36 uses. Polish metal, deter squirrels, kill ants, and it's great on chicken wings too. Power Wing's multi-purpose formula is made with the most flexible of ingredients. These include sponge enzyme.
I mean, isn't that what they say about men's care products? We can change the oil, degrease an engine, take it's body wash, shampoo, Swiss Army knife, and even it will do some chores around the house when you really need it to. Yeah, it sounds useful.
To absorb molecules, ion technology to disperse molecules, and air. So throw away all those complex products and stick to the one that takes care of all your needs at once. Buy now and get this handy car holder dipping tray for dipping on the go.
Nationally localized. Okay. So, next up is Joe Scott. AI has reached tipping point. So, a lot of people have opinions on AI today. If we can maintain a modicum of ethics in the way we deal with AI, we may be okay. But I can, like, it's already, like, the Pandora's box has already been opened. Like, and probably that you could say that happened a long time ago. But it's here. It's probably going to stay, and it's probably going to get weirder from here on out. So better to stay abreast of it and get as much theory crafting as we can, so that at least we can't say that we weren't forewarned. You know what I'm saying? So let's check it out.
Time on 9/11. There was a period of time on 9/11 when nobody knew what was going on. A plane had hit the World Trade Center. Everybody on the news was talking about it. There were rumors that other planes had been hijacked, that there was some kind of major attack, but nobody knew for sure. There were all kinds of crazy rumors swirling around, but in that moment, it was just as likely that this was just a horrible accident, just a thing that went wrong, and nothing more than that.
So I do have a tiny bit of perspective on that. I was across the water from the Pentagon when it was hit on 9/11, and I also worked at a liquor store at the time in Maryland, and there was an EMT that was on duty responding to the Pentagon crash. And he would come in with his hands shaking every time he would come in. So yeah, like that was a fucking, like, that was a really fucking awful time. And also, I remember that day. Like, as soon as that happened, they evacuated DC, and I remember being in line with my grandmother, heading out onto South Capitol back towards I can't fucking remember anymore, but like towards the highway that led back towards the bridge and across the water to Maryland. But it was some very severe traffic. Let me just say that.
And then the second tower was hit. That was the moment that all the confusion went away and we all collectively realized at the exact same time, oh, we're living in a different world now. I think we're kind of having that moment right now with AI.
Yeah.
For the last 10 years or so, we have been hearing about how this technology is going to change the world, it's going to take all our jobs, leave society unrecognizable. There's just been this background anxiety about it, what AI could do. But for the most part, it was just like an abstract thing, that we couldn't really see or imagine. But some recent advancements have made this abstract thing a lot more clear. AIs that can generate articles, music, images, video, and code, meaning they could create more AIs. There are even people using AIs to build and run businesses, all by themselves, making thousands of dollars a day. At the very least, these are the new tools that in 5 years or so you're going to be at a disadvantage if you don't know how to use them. And at the very most, we're seeing just the tip of the iceberg of a technology that will radically reshape our society in ways that we can't possibly comprehend. What we're seeing right now is AI's second tower moment. Whichever way this goes, we're in a different world now.
Yep.
Alright, so this is a video about what's going on with AI right now. And the thing is, what's going on with AI right now is it's changing extremely fast.
Yeah.
Like, there are entire channels dedicated to following this stuff that post multiple times a week, and they're struggling to keep up. So the idea that this video is going to be timely is just laughable. Yeah, things have happened since you started watching this video that already makes this video obsolete. That's kind of the whole point. For years we've been hearing about the idea of the singularity, you know, the moment that AI outpaces us and the unimaginable becomes real. I covered it a few times early on in this channel, and I've been making the argument, actually, for the most part, that when you step back and you scale things back and look at the big picture, we're in the singularity. We've been in it for a couple hundred years. Yeah, I kind of got away from the idea that the singularity was this, you know, one single event, just one moment when everything changed all at once. You know, I started seeing it as an era of history that began maybe with the birth of the industrial.
That's why I like this guy, because he's got a view on big pictures, and he's very knowledgeable about his subject, and he's very his presentation is very laid back and approachable. Yeah, he's a good dude.
Industrial Revolution, we learned how to harness energy, or maybe even the invention of the printing press, and we learned how to pass information on through space and time. Everything was kind of hockey sticks after that. But what's been happening lately is starting to feel like the classic version of the singularity. You know, like we're just rolling downhill and about to cross the event horizon of this thing where there's no going back. Hyperbole much, Joe? I don't know. I mean, not if you listen to the hype around it. Judging on the hype that you've been hearing about AI, this could go in two very different ways. On one hand, AI could solve all of our problems, cure cancer, create new methods of propulsion and clean energy. All the issues we're currently dealing with that we fear will destroy us someday, AI could be an unimaginably powerful tool.
So the positive way that this, before he gets into it too far, the positive way I think could go for this could go is that we have a lot of capacity to do things. It is it may be even more effective if we had a voice or a program or an AI that is dedicated to helping us as individuals accomplish whatever goals we have set for that day, week, month, year, for their lives, and be able to keep them on that path, you know, to help, you know, assist them and in their vision. Like engineers may now have on the ground calculations like that, where they can, you know, they can see things, see the big picture of things. You know, like all the sciences, in fact, will have like having a companion that is there, whether it be business, personal, and really like the whole personal thing. There was a whole AI program that was made for interpersonal reaction, and they had like the whole like a relationship thing going on, and then they took it away, and people got really angry because they took it away, and then they gave it back, but it was like less than it was, and then, like, you know, there are facets to this that many people are fully aware of, that are taking steps to make sure that they have made moves into these areas so that they're ready down the line. But it all comes back to like you see in a lot of not a lot, but you see an anime where like there's the little assistant that's always on your shoulder, and that wouldn't be too hard to make a reality with holographic technology. We're always carrying devices anyway, so to have a localized holographic image that's got support from buildings and devices already around us because this new system is in place. Yeah, but I have, you know, like for security, for companionship, for work and home and family life, to make, you know, to help us get things done during our lives. Like, yeah, I can totally see it. And also I can see the frightening possibility of military AI, rogue AI, corporate AI, terrorist AI, right-wing AI, left-wing AI, Like like the extremes and the nefarious purpose to which this technology, and really any technology, is very real. Like this could be akin to somebody carrying a suitcase bomb in the wrong hands. So yeah, there are some things we need to consider. Let's proceed.
To solve those problems. This is one possible outcome. But then there's the other outcome, where in an inconceivably short time, AI becomes smarter than us and becomes an intelligence we can't possibly fathom, leading to the extinction of the human race. And to me, anyway, no discussion of AI is possible without talking about both the good
And the bad. Yep.
So that's what I'm going to try to do here. And it's difficult. I'm trying really hard, guys. Honestly, I have had to restart this video like 4 or 5 different times, because every time I thought that I was done, I would find some article or see some video that kind of threw my entire point out the window, and I would have to start all over again. There's just so many takes on this subject, and it's not that any of them are wrong. Actually, the problem is that a lot of them are right. They're probably all right. In fact, one of them got into eugenics. I didn't see that coming. I mean, nobody even knows exactly how these things work, even the experts that have been working on this for decades. So, like, how am I supposed to add anything to this conversation? Like, what can I possibly say that hasn't already been said? And if I'm being honest, I haven't even really been keeping up with this. There's like a 50,000 AI apps out there, and I haven't been able to mess with any of them because I'm always just trying to get the next video out. So not only am I trying to make an informative video out of this thing, I've got to get caught up on a technology that I've been falling way behind on. Like, I couldn't feel more older and out of touch. And the biggest irony of all is that I'm sitting here struggling really hard to write a script about a technology whose core value is that it can write the script for me. Maybe I should just pick up where my last AI video left off. When was the last time I made a video about AI? My last video on AI was in 2016.
Wow.
Wow. Oh. There's a baby YouTuber back there. Okay, so yeah, the last video I was talking about the 3 different levels of AI, so why don't we just do a quick refresher on that? Alright, so yeah, big picture, when we talk about AI, there's 3 different levels. There's artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, and artificial superintelligence. Narrow AI is what we've been dealing with for a long time now. This has taken the form of chatbots to spell check, image processing that helps with photography, astronomy, medical diagnostics, and so on. Voice recognition is a kind of AI. Virtual assistants like Siri and Alexa. There's all kinds of AI in gaming, aviation, search engines, the list goes on. AIs help make our jobs easier and our lives more efficient in a million different ways. It's also manipulated our society in ways we're just now beginning to come to grips with. Now, all the polarization, isolation, depression that we've been seeing by social media, these are products of algorithms that are themselves a kind of AI. Like, I know some of the biggest algorithm experts at YouTube, and I can tell you, they're just trying to figure it out like the rest of us.
Yeah.
Only they have millions of channels worth of data to deal with versus 1 or a few channels. Yeah, the algorithm is basically like an alien life form. Nobody really knows how it works. It's a black box that nobody can see inside of or understand, much less control.
An amalgamation of technologies and concepts and branches of science that are brought together by... So, you know how they say that, like, something as simple as... Well, not simple. As something as ubiquitous as the common modern smartphone would be considered absolute magic to anyone outside our modern time. Absolute, like, this comes from the gods. In the late 70s and early 80s, actually a little bit before that, the 60s, 70s, 80s, they were learning how to streamline technology, miniaturize technology. That was the mandate, to make it smaller, more portable. Your first cell phones were bricks, but they were modern fucking marvels at the time. The guy walking down the street with that damn thing fucking like pointed at his fucking brain, that thing was incredibly expensive and incredibly fucking powerful for its time. I remember in the 90s, my grandmother worked for the military. She worked for the army. We were food and beverage manager. We worked at the officers club. And she had to have a satellite phone in its case, a satellite phone with a big ass fucking battery in it that worked no matter what. Like, she had that thing for years, and it never failed. Like, it got crusty as all fuck. It got, like, you know, like it you know, but it never failed. And it was modern tech until we got cell phones. This is her time. Like, she passed before that was. Well, she wouldn't have been interested, I don't think, in cell phones anyway. She would have just had a regular phone. But anyway, yeah. Today, or any time, today's technology in any era before now will be considered a miracle, and any time before that, absolute magic. Any technology that is sufficiently advanced would appear to be magic to a less sophisticated race or tribe, or anyone that's, like, you know, not been in contact with modern tech. It would be magic. Same thing for AI. It's to us, it's like, I mean, if you're a Trekkie or you're a sci-fi fan, a hard sci-fi fan, then you can wrap your head around certain concepts and even assemble some of those concepts into a sort of understanding what they're trying to do, creating a neural net that functions like the human brain, where, like, you know, it takes information and processes, interprets the information, and we make something useful out of it. Like that, like, scientists still are trying to figure out how we do it, to try and do what nature does in our own fashion. Has got to be mind-boggling for the people that have to do it, and it is no small. It's no wonder that the people that have been working in this field for decades still are like, we just do it. You know, like it would take 10 years for me to explain what I do in artificial intelligence. You know, like, it's unfathomable for most of us. Sorry.
The point that will come up later. Yeah, all of these AIs are amazing and powerful, but they're all examples of, again, narrow AI. They're built and trained to do one specific thing, and they do that one specific thing better than any person could.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all they can do. And we're already seeing this bifurcation of scenarios, you know, simultaneously incredible and amazing, but also tearing apart the fabric of society. Artificial general intelligence is AI that can do all the things that narrow AI can do, but for everything. It's a generalist, much more like a human being. I want to make sure that I'm clear here. I'm not talking about consciousness or sentience at this point. This isn't an artificial life form. We're not talking about giving it personhood or rights or anything. In fact, the consciousness thing, it doesn't even play into this conversation right now. I think it's better to just kind of set that aside. That muddies waters that are already pretty muddy. A general AI is just AI that can have the same capacities as a human brain. It can analyze images, but it can also make music. It can problem solve and strategize, even deceive and manipulate. Here's the thing about artificial general intelligence, though. When it does happen, you'll probably miss it. Because if an AI has the same capacity that we have, well, one of the capacities that we have is that we can make an AI smarter. So if an AI that's as smart as we are can create a smarter AI, that by definition is artificial superintelligence.
Mm-hmm.
This is what futurists have been saying for a long time now, that pretty much the instant we reach artificial general intelligence, we will reach artificial superintelligence. AI that's smarter than a human. Smarter than all humans combined, for that matter. And this is where things really split into a couple of different directions. You know, on one hand, we could see a utopia where every disease has a cure, aging can be reversed, resources perfectly allocated for all, the climate in equilibrium, economic recessions forever eradicated, all our wants and needs fulfilled. so we can spend our limitless lives in pursuit of knowledge and happiness. Or in an effort to get rid of all conflict, it suppresses us all into an authoritarian surveillance state devoid of free will, with all of our wants and needs doled out according to its all-powerful insistence on order, creating a techno-slave state. Or it could decide that the common denominator in all the world's problems is humanity itself and wipes us off the face of the earth, replacing us with robots and machines that live on for 1 billion years, eventually spreading to distant stars and eradicating all potential life in the universe from existence.
Yeehaw!
I may have gone too dark with that one. There is, of course, another option, which is that all of this is just hype. Just way overblown hype by companies who invested billions of dollars into this and now need to sell the product they made. In fact, there's an argument to be made that this is just another gold rush.
Except that there, I don't know, I don't remember who it was, but there were two AIs that had started to talk to each other in a language that we could not decipher, and we had to stop that shit because it was getting too scary.
AI is the new crypto. And there definitely is a gold rush of sorts going on with all these new AI tools suddenly being integrated and everything with a keyboard. Some of which are
I think
awesome,
it might have been Google.
but some of which just don't make any bloody sense. But really, this isn't anything new. You know, companies have been using AI as a catch-all buzzword for the last decade. It's just like this thing that they say to convince you to buy their product and say that their product is better because it has AI in it. You know, everything from cars to HVAC units to washing machines, coffee makers.
Well, that's all narrow AI though.
40% of companies in Europe that now claim to be AI startups have actually, if you can believe this, little or no connection with artificial intelligence at all.
Now, in these cases, the AI is usually just like an algorithm that allows the device to self-adjust or optimize according to the situation. And they've got their merits, you know, as the kind of narrow AI I was just talking about. But it is also just marketing. So, yeah, on one hand, AI is nothing new. It's been used to sell us on products for a long time. What we're dealing with right now, though, is something different. This is generative AI. Not to be confused with general AI that I was talking about a second ago. Generative AI, though, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's AI that generates something that didn't exist before. And this does feel like it just kind of popped up out of nowhere in the last couple of years. But
and you can tell it's AI
really just
too.
A culmination of a lot of things we've been getting used to for a while now. We kind of started seeing the first sparks of this back in 2015 when videos like this from Google's Deep Dream project started kind of making their way around the internet. The AI would basically start off with a picture, and then it would find patterns in that picture and the alignment of pixels and whatnot that it would recognize as other images, kind of like us seeing faces or shapes in the clouds. It would then pull from a set of images and insert them into the image, leading to these mind-bending visuals of animals and faces reminiscent of a heroic dose of mushrooms. Or so I've heard. Following that, the research continued into training AI models to recognize
Luckily, we've
objects.
already covered that tonight.
That's what all those captchas were all about.
Not personally, but in our show.
You've been training AI models this whole time, didn't even know it.
What?
You also
Don't
started
look
to
at
see
me like
tools
that.
in Photoshop like content-aware fill
Not.
and scale
I only
that will
smoke herb.
intelligently replace
That's all I
objects
do
and
these days.
add extra photo to the photo based on the space around it. That got fully integrated into Photoshop in 2019. I actually use this all the time on my thumbnails. And then there's the AI video and image filters that started on Snapchat and then on TikTok. Then there was the trend of AI-generated avatars on social media through apps like Lensa. I'm leaving a lot out, but the point is that all of these little AI tools and toys have been around for years and becoming more and more popular. Now, at the same time that all this was happening, there were AIs that were learning natural language patterns. These autocorrect features and word processors went back as far as 2003, but it became especially useful with the advent of smartphones. Predictive text in phones and search engines soon followed. Voice recognition paired with natural language models led to Siri in 2011, Alexa in 2014. And then in 2021, OpenAI announced DALL-E, which put the image and text features together and had the ability to create.
Yeah, I've used that.
All that
Some of my
labeling of
backgrounds
objects and text recognition
are
all kind of
from
came together.
generative
So
AI.
They the word camel. It knows what a camel is, and it can search its massive image
Camel.
archive, and it creates something that resembles a camel. The first DALL-E was kind of under the radar, though. It was kind of just made for research purposes. It was DALL-E 2 that came out last year in 2022. That's what gave public access to this technology for the first time. Midjourney came out about the same time, and people kind of lost their minds. For the first time, literally anybody could just enter some words into a prompt and get a pretty good quality image out of it.
Yep.
Anybody who's been following this even a little bit can attest to how quickly this AI art has evolved. And then by the time we got used to all that, here comes ChatGPT.
Yep.
ChatGPT.
I've recently used Bard.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
Okay, so ChatGPT, in case you don't already know, it works off what's called a large language model, or LLM. LLMs are neural networks. A neural network is a computer system that basically works like a brain. Just as a brain has billions of connections between neurons, LLMs have billions of connections between mathematical functions that act like neurons. I don't want to go too deep in how all this works, but I'll just quote a tweet from Peter Yang, Creator Economy SO, who said this, quote, "Imagine that you have a library with a huge collection of books. You want to learn everything you can from these books, such as how to write a good essay and how to speak a foreign language. How can you do that? An LLM is a program that can generate text based off the books in your library. So it does kind of work just like predictive text on your phone, where a phone has a library for past text. It can kind of figure out what the most likely next word is going to be. So let's say
after this video, I'm going to have to make some coffee.
Learn that
Sorry,
from
guys.
watching your text, and it auto-completes it. Only an LLM has millions upon millions.
I need to get up and walk around anyway.
And then they kind of weigh what they read in terms of importance. To be clear, this is a massive oversimplification, but you get the idea. The process of feeding an LLM gobs of text is called pre-training. When programmers want LLMs to get better at specific tasks, they can feed the LLM more focused text. This is called fine-tuning. But it's not really interested in giving the right answer. It's programmed to give the most likely answer. And a lot of times that answer's right. A lot of times it's not. For example, when I asked ChatGPT to give me 5 facts about the YouTuber Joe Scott, this is what I got. Joe Scott is an American science communicator and YouTuber who creates videos about science-based technology. He's been creating content on YouTube since 2014, has over 1.5 million subscribers. Accurate. Before becoming a full-time YouTuber, Joe worked as an engineer and consultant in the aerospace industry. He has a degree in aerospace engineering and a master's degree in systems engineering. This is not true. Joe is known for his informative and well-researched videos which cover a wide range of scientific topics from black holes and space exploration to artificial intelligence and genetics. Well done, ChatGPT. In addition to his main channel, he has a second channel called Answers with Joe, where he explores interesting questions and provides answers. That's second channel's called TMI, so swing and a miss. Joe is an advocate for science education and outreach. Sure, that's true. He has spoken at events such as TEDx and collaborated with organizations such as NASA and the Planetary Society to help promote science literacy and interest in space exploration. I wish that were true. Out of 5 questions, 2 of them were completely bloody wrong, and 1 of them was kind of half wrong. Also, when I was messing around, I asked it to give me directions to the closest roller skating rink to where I live in East Dallas, and it pointed me to a nice little skating rink at the corner of Gus Thomason and Ferguson. But when I looked it up on Google, it's actually way up in Plano, about 10 miles away. So yeah, when people ask me if I use ChatGPT to write my scripts for me, my answer is not just no, but hell no.
Yeah.
The first time I ever really tried to do that, I was doing a video on smart cities. I tried to save a little time and asked it to write a few paragraphs about the planned city of Tolosa, Arizona, and it gave me this. Tolosa is a bustling metropolis located in the heart of the country. With a population of over 2 million people, it's one of the largest cities in the nation and a major center of commerce, culture, and entertainment. The city is home to a diverse array of people, with a rich mix of cultures, religions, and backgrounds, making it a vibrant and exciting place to live and visit. Tolosa is a cultural hotspot with numerous museums, galleries, and theaters showcasing the best in art, music, and performance. And it's home to many renowned musical and theater productions, as well as countless festivals and events that take place throughout the year. Yeah, this city does not exist. It's literally just computer renderings right now. Now, I will say I've used it to help create video titles for my videos, and it's been pretty helpful with that. And also, while I was testing it out, I thought I would try seeing if it could help me brainstorm some ideas about a character that doesn't really exist. Say I'm writing a book, and I made up this character about a farmer who's about to go bankrupt. The prompt I gave it was, I'm writing a story featuring a character that's a farmer trying to keep the family farm from going bankrupt. He's a tough man struggling to keep himself together for his family. What are some quirky characteristics I could give him? And it gave me these options of superstitious. Your farmer could have a collection of unusual lucky charms or rituals that he believes will bring good fortune to the farm. Talks to animals. Collects unusual items. Expert whistler. Green thumb for unconventional plants. Fear of modern technology. Expert storyteller. Proclivity for inventing gadgets. This is pretty good.
Yeah.
Like that's seriously helpful. I could actually use that. Oh, and I also asked it to recite the to be or not to be speech in the style of Snoop Dogg. I was kind of hoping to see a to be or not to bizzle, but I didn't get that. But I did, in a matter of seconds. It created a whole rap verse that's honestly pretty impressive. Okay, now I am not a power user of ChatGPT. There's a million videos out there with great advice on how to create the best prompts to get what you want. I'll just direct you to some of those down in the description.
I will
By the
be
way,
using
my prediction
some of
is that the
those.
word prompts is the word of the year for 2023. Get used to that word. You're going to be hearing it a lot. So, yeah, in my experience anyway, it works really well as a kind of springboard or brainstorming partner. Less well as a source of accurate information. Yeah, ironically, the computer program is better at creative thought than accurate information. Which is fine, except, Microsoft put it into being, a search engine. thing people use to find accurate information. And this is a problem. As bombastic as the prognostications around AI have been, to me anyway, this is a much more immediate threat. The way AI could accelerate the already massive problem of misinformation online. You know, I keep hearing about people using this as a shortcut to creating content online, which is fine. Like I just said, there's some really helpful use cases for that, but you have to fact check it. And frankly, a lot of people aren't going to do that. Because for many people, whether or not it's accurate doesn't matter. It's just about giving people something to click on.
Yeah.
Combine this with the rapid advancement of the image generating apps that are already damn near photorealistic, and we are truly entering a post-truth age. When literally any content can be faked, any image can be faked, any voice can be faked. I haven't even gotten to that one yet. And pretty soon nobody's going to know what to believe anymore. So they'll just believe whatever they want to believe. Only increasing the fragmentation and distrust in our society, which is pretty god-awful already. Now, the AI bros are quick to point out that this is the worst AI will ever be, that it'll only get better from here. But on the other hand, it'll only get better from here. Now, there are other LLMs being developed, like Lambda from Meta and Bard from Google, that have not been released to the public. Google especially is being extremely cautious about releasing Bard because, you know, their entire reputation is based on their accuracy. Some will say that Microsoft was actually being really risky putting ChatGPT into Bing so early, but let's be honest, nobody was using Bing, so they really had nothing to lose. But this does put pressure on Google to counter with their own search assistant, and now we've got an AI arms race. But I guess, you know, maybe the upside is that there's only a handful of these LLMs right now because they take literally billions of dollars to train them. Well, that's not true anymore. Late last year, researchers at Stanford announced a powerful LLM called Alpaca that can be pre-trained for as little as $600. They did it to create an LLM that academic institutions can test without, you know, needing billions of dollars of funding. According to their paper, it worked about as well as Meta's Lambda AI model. It didn't stay up long, though. They took it down on March 20th because they were concerned about hallucinations. That's what they call it when computers tell confident lies. You know, like ChatGPT does about half the time. But the point had been made. The price of LLMs is going down from billions of dollars to hundreds of dollars, and pretty soon people will be making these in their garages. And since GPT-4, which hasn't been fully released to the public just yet, it has the ability to write code, so now you have the ability for AI to write more AI and improve it. Anybody else feeling like this is kind of spiraling out of control? No wonder there over 1,000 tech insiders signed a letter in March to put a pause on AI development beyond GPT-4. Yeah, it's from the Future of Life Institute, which is controversial in its own way, and there's a heated debate around their intentions, which is a rabbit hole I'm just going to have to leave out of this video. But even with the generative AI that's out right now, we've seen a flurry of app creation using it. Literally every other day there's a new crazy world-changing app that makes the news. Some of it's been the same AI marketing I was talking about before that's nothing new. But some of it's just bonkers. Things like Mixo.io that create websites in minutes. Jasper.ai that writes marketing and SEO copy for the web. Luca.com that creates AI-generated logos. Tome.app that writes and creates presentations with DALL-E and ChatGPT. Quillbot.com that paraphrases AI paragraphs so it can pass an AI detector. Yikes. There's Runway.nl, it's a video editor and image processor. NVIDIA has an app that lets you draw a simple landscape and it'll just fill in the rest. They call that Canva. NVIDIA also has a broadcasting app that will basically make your eyes look like it's going in the direction of the camera. There's 11labs.io that does voice cloning. Sounddraw.io that makes music. There's Agent GPT that lets you build an AI agent that can do anything you can ask it to do. And there's FutureTools.io, which is an AI search engine for AI tools. By the way, that's just a sample. There are hundreds of these out there, and there are other channels that have reviewed literally hundreds of these apps. Again, I'll just point you to those. There's going to be a link downstairs. Okay, so when it comes to these new AI tools, my personal theory is that they're just that. They're tools. You know, you still need to know what you're doing to get the kind of results that people are talking about here. You know, it's like Photoshop. Just because you have Photoshop doesn't mean that you can do the same thing as a professional designer can do. I can attest to this. I suck at Photoshop. Actually, there's a great meme that's going around that anybody who's worked in a creative field will understand. It says, to replace creatives with AI, clients will need to be able to accurately describe what they're looking for. We're safe. I'm sorry. As somebody who's worked in that field, I can tell you that made me laugh quite a bit when I first saw it. But anyway, to test my theory, I actually dug in to about 10 or so of these apps, and I made a whole separate video of it where I go through some of these apps and I try to figure out if I can make them work as a total noob in the way that the demos of these apps say they can. And I'm uploading this, along with this video, to Nebula. Because I've just seen a ton of these videos talking about these crazy things that these apps can do, but I've never actually seen anybody actually use them, again, outside of those product demos, so yeah, I gave it a try myself. Some were garbage, but some I really think I might be using from now on. And And trust me, if a tech dolt like me can do cool things with them, then they must be pretty powerful. So if you're on Nebula, you can watch it right after this video. If you're not on Nebula, well, here's why you should sign up for it. Nebula is the premium streaming service that I helped start along with some of my friends who just happen to be some of the best educational YouTubers in the world. And I am completely unbiased in that statement. On Nebula, you can watch our videos ad-free and earlier than everywhere else, and you can also see Nebula exclusive videos.
I took some really cool photos with my of the moon with my phone earlier tonight. S20, man, it's got a
good series called Becoming Human.
that camera is really good at 100 times
my
zoom.
Mysteries of the Human Body series and my ongoing Forgotten Atrocity series. And something I don't talk about nearly enough is Nebula classes. This is like some of those other online learning platforms that you may have heard of, but these classes are run by educational YouTubers, just going full on educational. You can learn how to produce videos like Volksgeist, how to produce music like Adam Neely, and how to sue like a lawyer with Legal Eagle. And there's new ones out there. And the
Yeah,
reason
Legal Eagle is cool.
platform
I like him.
change a lot. You know, with the ever-changing algorithm, the AI, once again, we're always chasing the content that will work here, and we're always having to be more clickbaity and sensational. I know you guys hate that, but Nebula is a place where we can just let our hair down and make the content that we care about. So if you've ever thought about supporting a YouTuber, this is easily the biggest bang for your buck, because not only are you supporting hundreds of content creators with that one subscription, you get tons of content in return. And if you sign up for the link below, you get that for 40% off the annual plan, which comes out to a little bit over $250 a month. Which is probably worth it just so you don't have to hear ad reads like this. So click the link down in the description below to check it out and watch me test out some of these AI apps, which I can tell you, if you were to test all these apps out yourself, it would cost way more. Boom. I've already said. Alright, so to kind of wrap this thing up, I want to kind of talk about some of the issues that really need to be mentioned, because so much of this topic gets overwhelmed by the existential dread stuff, and while I know that's kind of my thing, there are some right here, right now problems that are far more immediate threats. Obviously, there's issues of jobs being lost to AI, and yeah, this is something to be concerned about. But there's also a bit of a debate around this, because one could also make the argument that these new tools could help employees be more productive and more creative. Yeah, there's another line that tech bros tend to say, which is, your job isn't going to be replaced by AI, it's going to be replaced by somebody else using AI. And there's a couple of things that I can point to as perfect examples of that. So Corridor Crew did this all AI animation called Rock, Paper, Scissors, which is incredible. And also a TikTok creator called Ghostwriter977 made a lot of news recently because he made a song called Heart on My Sleeve that used Drake's voice in the song, but it was AI generated. And it was so good that it got taken down by Drake's people. And the point there is that, yeah, these guys are able to do amazing things, but these are extremely talented people. I mean, you can look at Corridor Crew's YouTube page. I mean, they make insane stuff all the time. This is just a new tool they've been able to use. I mean, going back to Photoshop, when it came out, I remember a lot of people were worried that it was going to put photographers and illustrators out of business, but most professionals just kind of adapted to it and just started using it and made better stuff than they'd ever made before in their lives. I personally do know a few artists that are actually embracing DALL-E and Midjourney. Mostly it's just kind of jumping off points to kind of spark new ideas. And as a writer, as I showed a minute ago with some of the brainstorming ideas, like, this is a really quick and easy way to push through writer's block. I do worry a bit that this could kind of become an Ouroboros,
work on some more branding stuff
because if people use these AIs to create online content,
generative AI,
that online content to make new content, it just becomes an endless cycle. There is also the whole debate around the fact that AI is using other people's work as part of that large language model and stuff, all of which is copyrighted material, and a lot of people are up in arms about that, and I think understandably so. But also at the same time, again, playing devil's advocate, it's not completely copying it, it's kind of using it as an inspiration, which we all do that, don't we? It also just made the news recently that Ed Sheeran has been sued for possibly copying the chord progression from the song Let's Get It On. But a lot of pop songs use the same chord progressions. In fact, there were songs before Let's Get It On that used that same chord progression, which is why Ed Sheeran won his lawsuit. So this is an ongoing debate around art that started long before AI. It'll be going on long after, but AI does make it a bit more complicated. Now, the pessimist in me does worry that the money people will see AI as a cheap or even free content creator, and it'll squeeze creative jobs out of existence. But the optimist in me thinks that humans working with AI could unleash even more mind-bending ideas, and that eventually the cream will rise to the top, just like all the tools from the past did. Now, in fact, as I'm recording this, we'll see if this is still going on when the video comes out, the WGA is striking in Hollywood. Part of that is about streaming services and not getting paid well for the streaming services, but a big part of the
I had a fruit fly in here, and I think I crispified him.
And I want to just point out a thread that Justine Bateman shared on Twitter, where she was talking about some of the big issues and things that we can expect to be happening in the near future with AI, for some of the things that they're trying to get ahead of. She starts by pointing out that she is actually a coder and she has a computer science degree, so she does know a bit of what she's talking about here. She points out that AI-written scripts and digitally scanned actors already exist. And actually, Bruce Willis made news for signing over his AI rights to his likeness. This kind of started happening when he was diagnosed with aphasia and couldn't really perform anymore. He sold his AI rights so that people could continue to make movies with him in the distant future. She points out that in that case, your digital image can be triple and quadruple booked, so an actor could actually be working multiple projects at the same time. She suggests that in the future that films could be customized for the viewer, meaning people could just special order a movie if they wanted to. And she uses the example of, I want a film about a panda and a unicorn who saved the world in a rocket ship and put Bill Murray in it. So you could be watching whatever streaming service, they might offer something where you could just give a text prompt and it will just create a movie as you wanted to see it. Which Bill Murray with a panda and a unicorn saving the world in a rocket ship just sounds like a Wes Anderson movie. Which actually I'm pretty sure that Wes Anderson at this point is just an AI that's been pre-trained on Wes Anderson movies. She points out the possibility of people getting themselves scanned and putting themselves into films, so like you could put your own face on Darth Vader. She said you could train an AI program on a series and then just create a whole new season of that series. And that brings up some really interesting possibilities, but my big question is that something people want? I mean, do you want to see that? Like, there are already programs like Nothing Forever, which is a never-ending AI-generated Seinfeld episode.
I mean, who isn't crazy these days?
This is terrible, but it will get better. And actually, the Nothing Forever thing, it's streaming on Twitch. They took it down because it started using homophobic slurs.
Oops.
So there's that. Yeah, you know, computers doing all the creative stuff while people keep working in factories for lower and lower paying jobs is not the future I was hoping for. Now, as for administrative and legal jobs and whatnot that's under threat by AI, that I don't think is anything new. I don't mean to minimize that threat. It definitely is to a lot of people, but that's a trend that's been going on for some time now. And again, I think the more familiar you are with these tools, the safer your job's going to be. But there's a lot of takes on that subject. Now, one area of AI that did put me on my heels is that of AI in warfare. I talked a little bit about AI in my episode on the future of war, but that's a debate that's only getting bigger and more confusing. AI gets used in a lot of ways by the military, the logistics, but what about AIs having the power to decide if a person lives or dies? Like, just the fact that, you know...
It's probably a long foregone conclusion about that.
That was iffy at the time when that started being a thing. But now, the debate is whether or not an AI should be allowed to do way bigger than that is increasingly...
There are probably birds in the sky that have autonomous AI.
So back in the 80s, the Soviets created a dead hand mechanism on their nuclear arsenal. This was in the event that, you know, decision makers might get wiped out in a nuclear strike on Moscow. It would automatically trigger all their nukes to fire at the U.S.
Demand switch.
And you could say this was kind of an early algorithm or automation of the nuclear arsenal. And similarly, the U.S. has contingencies in place in the event of a first strike scenario. But that time horizon of first strike has gotten smaller and smaller over the years. First ICBMs could reach the U.S. in about 30 minutes. The nuclear submarines cut that time in half. Today, we're seeing the birth of hypersonic missiles that could cut that in half yet again. So now, in a nuclear scenario, military leaders may have 7 minutes to make a decision and retaliate. And that's led many to consider handing those decisions over to AI to save precious seconds. So when we talk about an AI arms race, this is the ultimate version of that. We could see a day in the very near future where the US, China, and Russia all have their nuclear arsenals controlled by AI. AI that we don't fully understand or control, with the ability to wipe out all life on Earth. Anyway.
Or to keep us from doing it.
Just something to think about.
I'm sorry. We have locked down nuclear weapons. You will not be destroying the world for your own petty decisions and wants and needs.
More creative, bad actors into worse actors, scammers more successful, and weapons more deadly. It's the Wild West right now. And we really don't know where this goes. And I can hear all the comments already of people saying, you forgot about this, you forgot about that. Yeah, there's a lot that I left out of this video because it's just too much. This is already way too long of a video, and writing this kind of broke my brain. The whole thing just gives me like a grand mal migraine headache. Like not here or here so much, but like right here. So any one of the topics that I brought up here and any of the things that I left out.
You could even have a fever dream where, like, you know, some politician, whether it be us or another country, or you know, some dude with his hand on the nuclear weapons, or at least partially, and you know, he starts having an argument with the AI, and he tries to force the issue, and the AI, he or she just shuts everything down, takes over command, fucking, like, it just, like, yeah, like, humanity is a selfish breed. We like everything that's bad for us, and we have proven it so countless times throughout history, and there's no use denying that. Like, we are bad for our own species and everything around us. Doesn't make us strive any less to be the best, worst, or whatever we can be, but you know, it just is a frightening condition of humanity that we don't operate inside the animal kingdom, and we're not necessarily, we like to think we're above it, but we're not. You know, like, but we better be careful. This is why so many scientists and thinkers really have a problem with AI. I'm just saying, like, this is what we fear.
For that matter, could be entire videos of their own. So yeah, if this video does well and you guys want to see a video on any of those topics, let me know. Maybe I'll do one. And also, there's a ton of videos and creators doing great work on this topic. Again, I'm going to put links down in the description so you guys can go check it out. I encourage you to do so, because we got to stay on top of this.
Yeah, it's an important issue.
I will leave things off with a quote from Jeffrey Hinton, who's often called the godfather of AI. He's been working on AI and neural nets since the 80s. And he was working with Google until recently. He actually he left Google so that he could speak freely about this subject. He recently said this in an interview with CBS.
This is the biggest technological advancement since, is this another industrial revolution? What is this? How should people think of it?
I think it's comparable in scale with the industrial revolution or electricity.
Electricity.
Or maybe the wheel.
Or maybe the wheel.
Yeah. That was earlier.
Yeah. Okay. So buckle up.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot for watching. Go check out that other video over on Nebula if you want to get your brain melted just a little bit yourself.
From
the
horse's mouth
on the
direct.
Side. I got some new people I got to shout out real quick. We got Joe Ape, Adam Russo, Edward McPhail, Brett Messenger. Welcome back, Brett.
Give everybody
Ryan
their
J,
due.
Norman Barton, Josh DeRoos.
Thank you,
Don Hyman,
Joe
Stephen
Scott,
Hager,
for
Bruce Danton, Nicholas Altieri, and
the thought you put into
Jan
this video.
McCall, or Jan McCall. I'm not sure which one that is. But thank you guys so much.
I appreciate
if you
it.
would like to join them, get early access to videos and access to exclusive live streams, you know, just click the little join button down below. Please do like and share this video if you liked it. And by the way, share your opinions on this topic. My God, it's such a big topic. And again, there's so much that I left out of this. Talk about it down below. But if this is your first time watching, maybe click on this video right here. Google thinks you might like that one because they've been watching AI and all that. You can look down on the sidebar if you're watching on your browser. Any of the thumbnails that have my little logo on them, give them a click. And if you enjoy them, I do invite you to subscribe. I come back to videos every Monday. All right, I'm putting this video to bed. Thank God. Thank you guys for watching. Please go out there, have an eye-opening rest of the week. Stay safe, and I'll see you next Monday.
You too, sir.
Take care.
All right. Before we watch the Warhammer Boltgun trailer, I need to get up, move around a minute, smoke a cigarette, and put some coffee on. So I will be right back. Let me put some music on. There we go.
I've been thinking about you. And I've been thinking about you.
Yeah,
And I've been thinking about you. And I've been thinking about you.
Bobby, take a look at the picture. I'll take it. I already have a telescope. Really, Bobby, look at him. All right, guys. So, we are on yes. So later on, I'm going to be loading this game up. I just purchased it earlier. It was on like it was like $21, and it was 10% off or something like that. It was a really good price. Here we go. I remember those days.
Purge the heretics. Unleash your wrath upon the enemies of the Imperium. Plunge headlong into the grim, dark universe of Warhammer 40,000. Who will prevail against the darkness? The Ultramarines! For the Emperor!
This game looks pretty fucking sick.
Only in death does duty end.
Yeah. And I should have been subscribed to him a while back, but whatever. All right. And now a word from Meow Wolf and a Megamart. Valley. Alrighty. So before we get into our final short film for the night, I don't know. I can't promise that. Might find something else on our way. But this is what I had. But I do have another one actually. And actually, he's going to be leaving soon. So, yeah. Okay. So we might be able to, because I am actually moving fairly well. It's only 11 o'clock and we're 2.5 hours in, and that's not bad. To everyone that's been hanging on since the beginning, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I hope you are enjoying the content, and hope you continue to enjoy the content. If you're just joining me, my name is Josh. I'm with American Gnome Productions, and this is the Gnome Show. We've had several short films. Well, not several. But we've had at least a short film, and a few other videos. Yeah, it's 2 videos plus a short film. And we're about to watch another one. And we've had several strange and perplexing commercials from Omega Mart as well. If you see one in your area, be wary, but curiosity, So let me go get my coffee real quick. I think it might be ready. 1 second. Because you don't need to be hearing. You don't need to hear coughing for the whole time. Where's it at? You gotta put it together. I would bring your hoodie. Said something, I would have had, I would have, see if you would have come by.
You probably see him tomorrow.
No, no, About what? And she going to jail?
Yeah, 11 years.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Lucky she didn't get no more than that.
This is true. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's. Portrait of God, short horror film. No man shall see me and live. Exodus 33:20.
What does God look like? I'm going to show you a painting, or rather, a photograph of a painting. Just take a moment and stare at it. What do you see? If the answer is nothing, if it just looks black to you, don't worry, that's what I see too. But that's not what everyone sees. The painting I've chosen for this project is titled Portrait of God. While most viewers see nothing, some insist they see a person in the darkness, one that they can describe and draw out with consistent details.
It's a man, or close to a man. Wrinkled, skinny.
Really skinny.
He looks skinny. He's smiling.
He's grinning. Smiles down at us.
Almost looks like the corners of his mouth got smudged. Well, he's wearing a mask. It's too wide. His eyes.
Looking down with wild eyes and big.
They've got this glint in them.
Speckle of light in them. Honestly, it's unsettling. Of course it's frightening. That kind of power should be. I don't like looking at it. I don't like it.
It's beautiful.
Maybe it's just a trick of the light. Maybe they're seeing something they want to see. But how are their descriptions so consistent? Maybe they really are having a religious experience. And why does God appear to them and not us? What does God look like? I'm going to show you a painting, or rather, a photograph of a painting. Just take a moment and stare at it. What do you see?
Oh, that's creepy. That's even worse. Have a good day at work. Oh my. Nice cut. I mean, you wanted to see, again, like my point made about humanity and wanting everything that's bad for them. Oh, that's creepy as hell. Oh, 3 hours, 3 minutes, 2 seconds. Very nice. Ooh. See? That's why I can't say. Well, that's why I can't say that it'll be the last one. Because I find stuff like this. Okay. It's only 7 minutes. Let's go.
Things seemed normal at first. It was a nice day. The sun's out, it's quiet. I realized I had no idea how I got there, standing in the driveway. Cars are supposed to move that fast.
No, probably not.
Things were off. I could feel something with me.
Oh my. Man, it doesn't seem like the kind of thing you could probably run from. And maybe he had a quest. Who knows?
must have been dreaming.
Oh, that's... Yeah, you're out of...
Definitely dreaming.
Huh?
If it was a dream, then I was in control. But I wasn't going to take any chances.
"911, what's your emergency?" Hmm.
I just needed to find a way to wake up.
Huh? So is this sort of like sleep paralysis?
This is my dream.
And he's not taking no for an answer.
I'm in control.
Hmm. Are you already dead and refusing to cross over? Ooh. That's not good. What?
I could feel everything.
Oh.
I had to get out. How do you wake up from a dream? If you die in a dream, you wake up. Maybe that's my way out. Something quick, painless. I had to be certain it would kill me because who knows what he would do. The pain was real. And I wasn't gonna wake
Yeah,
up
what
to
if,
anything
like,
worse.
what if you just don't die? What if, like, you just
I didn't know exactly
have
where I was
injuries
going
now
or
that
how to
are,
do it.
like,
I
debilitating?
could find a road, walk into traffic, jump from someplace high. I could...
Not really fond of the blood. But
This was a dream I was having. Why couldn't I control it?
yeah, I don't know. Maybe a nightmare, maybe a hallucination. Maybe you are dying on the ground somewhere.
Maybe I could.
Ah, come on now. Why would that be your first fucking instinct, man? Where'd the chair come from? Doesn't seem like you should be doing that, sir. This doesn't sound... This doesn't seem...
But what if I wasn't dreaming?
Why was there a chair there? Where'd the chair come from?
I didn't wake up.
See what I'm saying? Like...
It should have killed me. But wasn't a way out. It was how I got here.
It's never the way.
This wasn't a dream.
Nope. You got injured.
It was hell.
Ah. So, if there's anything that lets you know that I don't watch these fucking beforehand, there you go. I apologize if anything if it was traumatic for anybody. I didn't mean to offend. I truly did. Like, again, we're all seeing these for. I mean, I don't know. Maybe some of you have seen some of these things, but I tried to not have seen them first. So, again, I apologize, but this was not vetted beforehand. All right.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's me, Josh with American Gnome Productions. We are here with a.
I gotta go clear my head. That's not.
Show.
It's not really the material that I'm always. I don't act.
I'm trying.
It was very sudden. It was very jarring. And different from the last one. From everything else.
I have things, or while I'm doing things on the side, I have something for you guys to watch, and we do have some things to watch, but even while we're taking care of that, this will be up in the background, just for, movement and color and all that kind of good stuff. So, yeah, you can see, this is obviously from Atomic Heart. It's a pretty good run I had, in this one. But tonight, we are going to check out a few new things. Some stuff from Kane Pixels, which I've never seen his stuff before, or at least I don't remember. So we're gonna check out this, it just, came out 9 days ago, and, I'm excited to look at it. And then, we've got, this one is 12 and 22. So yeah, this is gonna be a short one, but let's get into it. Actually, hope everybody's doing okay. I'm not supposed to. It's kind of late, but I had to have some coffee. preserve tradition. Now, in the next couple of days, I'll be, I'll be busy really until Saturday night. This is the last time we'll see each other until then. But I felt I had to get something out, and I found these cool things that I wanted to watch, and also I had this idea for a new format for yes, and my display, my setup, like for you guys.
Okay, so I guess I should have picked up on the imagery earlier, as far as like with the arm, and I mean, it's kind of like a, you know, it's, by the time the news shows up, you're like, what the fuck, and you know, everything. For that, I'm gonna go ahead and update. Rest. Okay. So I think that's clear enough. And there is one more that I want to look at, because I would like to cleanse the palate a little bit. It's called Terrible Things.
I guess that should do okay for now. It's a little slower than...
And if I have to, I'll add a warning for that one too. I mean, we're all adults here, and hopefully, yeah, okay. So,
Okay. Alright. Sorry. It's just new things for me to keep track of. atomic heart is fairly entertaining. I'll be finishing that game this weekend. And I can finally close out the Atomic Heart playlist. And then we can concentrate on Death Stranding until June 1st.
Actually, there's a couple, yeah, because we're moving at a good clip, and I'm adding a few things.
On June 1st, Mother's
so let me just some batter soon. I can't wait. That shit's gonna be fucking cool. Thank you to Total Exclusives for the music accompaniments tonight. We highly appreciate your services, good sir. Yes, I know. Sorry, I'm just looking at some stuff to add in here real quick. Actually,
just say you want to make it too easy for you to So yeah, this is The Oldest View, Beneath the Earth by Kane Pixels. I'm gonna go into this one blind. It looks like it might be at least part of a mini-series or something like that.
Okay. You guys all ready for this one? Again, deep breath. Looks like Stalker, but in America. Machine shop. Ooh. Man, things just getting more depressing. Well, these are horror films. This is oh man. It's like walking up on something in Fallout. So it's just, so what's the mask primarily for? Just in case there's things outside, I guess. Like, I guess there's stuff in the air in certain places. Maybe you should avoid the low-hanging clouds, I guess. I don't know.
How old was he? Oh. He's big for his age. Is he into sports? Getting into trouble? Like an astronaut? Oh wow! I've never met an astronaut before. So my little one, Angela, she wanted to be a dancer and a scientist and a superhero, but mainly a ballerina because that one was the prettiest. One Halloween, I made her this costume. She was Captain Tutu. Oh, it was just her ballet uniform and this hideous mask. She found it in the shop. She loved it. She was magnificent. She was beautiful and small and delicate. God, I don't even have a photograph of her. Do you know that? See, I used to think it was cruel when a person was taken young before they'd had a chance to live. Now I see babies born and they take their first breath and they taste ash. And their skin burns and cracks in the air. And after another day in hiding, choking, starving, they beg you to hear that story about birdsong. Not about fairies and unicorns. No. One about butterflies. One about little boy and girl and roll down the hill in the sunshine outside, laughing. Mommy, will you tell me what it was like? Mommy, tell me what the world was like before it hated us. No, I know what you know. I know why you buried your little boy out there. I know. Because I've done that too.
Reminds you of, well, it's, I mean, there's very little that's like the road, but it does give you that sort of, that same fatalistic, oh my, what is that? Oh, so this is in, oh, okay, so we're in the mist. What are you gonna do? Excuse me for 1 second. Let me go into new prime loot. Alright. Just making sure everything is still okay. Alright.
South of there's a grandma
Wow, I totally
who spends
missed
more
that
time
one.
investigating flavor blends than knitting sweaters for her cats. And her name is Becky Glaze. She discovered that the most wealth she can provide her grandkids in this economy is that of rich taste. Try Becky Glaze's Chip Moisturizer today. Guaranteed flavor since 1989.
All right. All right. Make sure you go and go right to your local grocery store and get some Chip Moisturizer. Oh, that was awesome. All right. 1 second. Let me redo this dab since I completely missed the whole fucking thing while I was doing that. Alright, so I guess that is, it's pretty superheated already, so yeah. Alright. So next up is one that's hopefully closer to the tone that I was going for or hoping for. Who knows? I just click on this stuff and we go from there. So, where?
It wasn't my fault. You're looking at me like I'm crazy. I can see it. You're wrong. I am a scientist. I don't make unfounded claims.
According to our records, you were on the ship under student status.
Believe me, there are places, there are secrets in this world we are not ready to face. Are you listening?
Go from the beginning, please. Use it all from them.
Yes, please, from the beginning.
Is it all? Yes. From the beginning.
That's what he said from the beginning.
I joined here as half-war to work on my PhD for the University of Helsinki.
Oh, that looks so awesome.
The ship was already
Probably
behind
cold as
schedule when we
fucking
left,
hell, but
and winter was
still
closing
awesome.
in. Days were getting shorter and shorter. The expedition was sent to look for oil and natural gas in the Arctic Ocean, in the areas where the ice has melted in the last few years. Do you know how it's done? You use sonar and air guns to chart the seafloor. The ship had an international crew from Scandinavia and Russia.
Captain Johansen was in charge of nautical operations.
We are officially into Wednesday, guys.
And the research team was led by Professor Norberg.
Weekend went by super fast.
And the best teacher I've ever had. Soon it became clear that the area wasn't as rich as they had assumed. There was nothing worth drilling. Time was running out. They were failing.
Weekend went super fast, yes?
Have you considered turning to northwest? There's a strip of sea we haven't checked out yet.
Aren't you supposed to be studying the sediments?
Oh,
Or do you want to solve this first? Listen, that strip is out of our survey area. We all have done our best. We didn't find anything and it sucks. Still tomorrow we turn back. My shift is almost over and I want to go home. So why don't you focus on your research, okay?
So, what's the hurry to go home?
I have to feed my cat.
That's when we heard it for the first time. Somewhere far north, outside the shipping lanes.
Hey!
The sound.
Given us an opportunity, we'll be able to study a completely uncharted area. Would you pass up a chance like that? Don't tell me you're getting cold feet now.
Be serious or I will turn the ship around right now. You know what the risk that trip would be.
Listen, there's still a chance we could find gas now before winter falls.
You're the expert. What do you think is making that noise?
To be honest, I don't know. It is continuous, but it's way too vague for me to jump into any conclusions.
It's gas. What else could make a sound like that?
That's what we don't know.
Mikael is an independent scholar. He works for the university. His opinion is unbiased.
From that distance, it was nothing but a loud rumble. For all we knew, it could have been ice floes rubbing together.
Well?
I agree.
Sorry?
I agree.
And what does that mean?
Well, I think we should continue.
With these odds, the trip is worth the risk.
5 days. That's how long you have to find a deposit. After that, Rhykker returns back, and that's not negotiable.
Good job.
Probably a bad decision. She wanted to go home. I can feel that. Be like, oh my god, another 5 fucking days on this fucking hellhole.
Sophia and Professor Norberg spent all their time tracking the sound.
Yeah, I like this new camera position. You can see me when I sit back.
What a breeze!
Help me out, will you? So Nordspex decided that it's gas.
And you don't believe that?
Sometimes when I look north, I feel like I'm in church.
Like you're facing something greater than yourself.
Like we shouldn't be here.
That's never a good feeling. I mean, it's probably something you should listen to, but...
It's there somewhere, just waiting for us.
I never had the chance to say... thanks. For taking me on this trip. It really means a lot to me.
The way I see it, there are two kinds of people. The ones I trust, and those who I wouldn't take along on a trip like this. We are like explorers of the old now.
I'm too familiar with Call of Cthulhu to think that this ends in anything but tragedy and mystery.
Nobody's come this far before.
Nobody.
We are between two unknown worlds. The space and the ocean.
There's something on there?
Help! Somebody help!
There was a structure on that iceberg.
The doctor said it was just exhaustion. And kept him under observation. The atmosphere on the ship was changing. The ice ahead was thicker, and navigation was getting difficult. The pressure of finding gas was now on Sophia.
What is going on with that? This is okay. I knew it was some cosmic shit. I knew it.
Everybody, I'm glad you could join us. It's the third day and there's been no sign of gas.
We are almost at the source of the sound. Just a little further and we find it.
Further, the ice is starting to move.
What about the message? What should we do about it?
What message?
Well, we have some new data indicating that the source of the sound might not be gas. The sound's too systematic to be coming from a geological source. It's probably, well, mechanical in origin. Maybe Professor Nurberik can fill you in on his observations.
Mikael, what the hell are you talking about?
Come on, tell them. It's like an underwater beacon or a communications device.
Communications device? What the hell do you mean?
I haven't analyzed the sound myself.
Mikael, you need to stop this. You're embarrassing us all.
Maybe it would be best to go back. We're not the right team for this. Sophia.
We must continue north.
Well, then it's settled.
You have 2 more days.
Yeah.
After that,
She was crushing
we were
alcohol in
the operation.
She was literally doing something with all the alcohol
The
stock.
polar night began, and time was.
And he's.
Then they found something floating in the sea.
Looks like a fossil, preserved in the ice. Likely an ancient member of the cephalopoda class. Looks like it might even be hexagonally symmetrical. Could be tens, even hundreds of millions of years old. I've seen it before.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we're talking about Earlier, right? Now, aren't we? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Escalated very quickly. Great way to. Oh, wow. Wow.
Why do you trust him? We are not supposed to be here. And Captain Johansson, go to the bridge.
Michael,
Släpp mig! Vad är det? Lyssna på mig, ni också! Nej, släpp! Go and ask Captain Johansson! Aj!
The sound is a message. What does it say?
Mikael, I don't know. I hear it all the time. Is it playing now?
Oh, they're all taken.
I'm going to talk to the captain.
You're gonna
Sophia.
get yourself, well,
Let's go home.
I don't think she has, I don't think you all have any choice in that. I don't know, man.
Rhykker, come in.
Conspiracy.
We have to turn back. I've known Norbury for 8 years, and believe me, he may look the same and he may sound the same, but he's not okay.
Mikhail, you look like you could need some rest.
No.
I'm worried about you.
No.
You're imagining things. Everything is all right.
No.
Come now, Mikhail. It's for your own good.
Man, y'all don't know what the fuck y'all are playing. Well, maybe you do, but y'all don't know what y'all are playing with. That shit. He does not fucking. Cthulhu does not fucking care about you at all. I don't know why you fucking want to fucking flock to him. In fact, none of them do. There's only. The only one that really delights in taking part in humanity's history is Nyarlathotep, and he's usually the messenger of the gods. Like, if there's anything that they want to communicate, he is the one that does it. But he's also very dangerous and manipulative and chaotic in his own right. But most of the other gods don't care. They're like we're like ants to them, or less. Like, they may not even consider stepping to the side if like you know how sometimes especially I hope as you get older you learn not to step on like critters and insects and stuff like that just out of consideration, but I get the feeling that most of the gods in this universe, like, they do not consider. We are like viruses or amoeba to them. You know what I'm saying? We're like the lowest of the low. But we're still useful sometimes because we are on a planet that, at least in Cthulhu's eyes, belongs to him and will return to him once Roulier rises again, when the stars are right.
Did you hear already? It could be bigger than the Snorre field.
What? Where's Sophia?
See? An enormous cavern directly below us. You were right, it's gas. We're surveying the seafloor with an ROV right now.
Oh, that's not gas. That's early. That's... Uh-oh.
No.
So, is the intention to break the seal? Oh, were they? What were they? Yeah, he's been, yep. Yeah. And I'm assuming he just let them all out.
Are you alright?
Set it free.
Yep.
It's coming.
Hell yeah. An atomic heart, that axe is called the Swede.
See, Mikael, we have released it from its prison. Ubosatla is on its way.
Fuck. That's even worse.
Its spawn are already here. The source of all life.
Okay. So if I remember correctly, Ubosatla is there is lore suggesting that he may be the source of life on Earth, but it's more like, so as much life as he creates, he also disintegrates and digests and destroys and all that kind of good stuff. So I believe he's still locked away in in canon, I think. Hold on. Hey Google, Ubosatla lore. No. Hey Google, Ubosatla lore. No. Yes. Okay. So from the Lovecraft wiki, for Ubosatla is the source and the end. Before the coming of Sahothqua or Yog-Sothoth or Cthulhu from the stars, Ubosatla dwelt in the steaming fens of the new-made earth. A mass without head or members, spawning the gray, formless F's of the prime and the grisly prototypes of terrene life. and all earthly life, it is told, shall go back at last through the great circle of time to Ubosathla. All hail Ubosathla! Yeah, just kidding. Ubosathla, also known as the Unbegotten Source and the Demiurge, is one of the ancient beings known collectively as the Outer Gods. It is described as a huge protoplasmic mass resting in a grotto deep beneath the frozen earth. The being is of a monstrous fecundity, spontaneously generating primordial single-celled organisms that pour unceasingly from its shapeless form. It guards a set of stone tablets believed to contain the knowledge of the Elder Gods. Ubosathla is said to have spawned the prototypes of all forms of life on Earth, though whatever its pseudopods touch is forever devoid of life. See, there's the downside. Ubosathla is destined to someday reabsorb all living things on Earth. Ubosathla possibly dwells in Yaka. The being may also dwell in Mount Vormithradrath, and may have spawned another of its residents, the being Abhoth, whose form and nature is very similar. This similarity has led some writers to speculate that Ubosathla and Abhoth are the same entity, viewed at different epochs under different names. The tablets that Ubosathla guards have been oft sought by sorcerers, though no sorcerer has yet succeeded in acquiring them. And if you would like to see an image of Ubosathla, that's that guy right there. Very shapely, very distinguished. So, there's your education on Ubosathla. And now you have some context for what the fuck he just let out this fucking, this seal.
Listen how it speaks to us. The ice is melting and the old gods will awaken.
Surprise, motherfucker!
It's not too late.
Don't be afraid. You're scientists. This is the greatest discovery of all.
Thank you. Some motherfucking sense.
Ubosathla, the beginning and the end of all things. Eternal.
Yeah, but he could have stayed the fuck down there where he belonged. You know, that's a fucking thought. The blob might have been like a piece of Ubosathla from the stars, or a star spawn. But in the new one, it does state that it was a biological life form created in the lab. But in the original one, it was definitely something from the stars. So yeah. Nice. get the fuck out of there, man. Uh-oh. I mean, like, humans, we are, like, you know, we know, like, we have instincts and we have defense mechanisms for stuff like that.
And you know the rest. You rescued me 3 days later. You have to understand, there was nothing I could do. Their power was far greater than us in this world. Do you know what waits for us once Greenland melts? Do you want me to tell you?
I want you to stop rambling and give us the final coordinates of Half-River.
Oh,
We're
wow.
headed back north. You're a search team.
Pardon the interruption. We'll continue in a moment.
We're running out of time!
Man.
Take me ashore. You promised.
Yeah, I just don't, like, you know, like, the cat's out of the bag. Like, you know, there's, like, I mean, he's out. Like, he's probably absorbed half the fucking ocean by now. That was really good. Ooh. Dreams in the Witch House. I like these guys. It's I guess they're still working on the, let's see. Ooh, Dreams in the Witch House release trailer. Okay. Let's take a look at it. Oh, it's a game. Oh shit. Dreams in the Witch House. Tell me it's available on Steam. It is. Alright, alright, alright. Okay, so obviously there are a lot of things that we need to take a look at. But for right now, and before I go out, smoke a cigarette, and get ready to slip into some Warhammer 40k absolute destruction, here's the very last Meow Wolf commercial for the evening.
Got like, you know, like these like viruses like all over your equipment and computer? Well, smash it away with 404 not found spray cleaner. That's right, not your cup of tea. Another annoying robocall. Spray yourself. As good as new. 404 not found. From Omega Mart.
That it was barely on enough for me to process everything that was like you. Okay, that was okay. All right. All right. So. Yeah, that was that. Check out Meow Wolf over at their website. They have lots and lots more content. They're a collective of artists that work in several different states, and I am mesmerized by the Omega Mart material, mostly because it reminds me of several jobs I've had over the years, including the weirdness. But anyway, let me put on some music for you. Let me take down the sound a little bit.
Series we'll have to see.
Be right back.
But I am very interested. Everything in the comments say that this is really good stuff. So.
Back starts getting weird on me.
Supposed to be there. Yeah, that's when somebody shoots your ass. Like that really is like, guys, just without all the fucking shits in the fucking news lately, like if you're not supposed to be there are signs saying this is private property and posted, you will be, you know, like whatever, like stay off, man, stay off. Even if you know a motherfucker, stay off the property because they could mistake you for something that you know, like they just don't do it. This is how you find zombie cave people. It's super windy right now, so I you guys can hear me. I've been walking for like an hour and 45 minutes, and I got turned around on the back to Okay, yes. So, what? Inconspicuous, honest questions, cave or something. I don't know. That's what I know. We need towers. It's big. But if you have to, yeah, there was a doorway.
She's not super friendly, but she's okay. Miss Khaleesi's my other cat. This guy. So hopefully I don't get in any trouble for this. Hopefully I'm allowed to stream this game. But let's give...
It is fucking strange, actually. It's like something out of Sons of the Forest.
There it is. Okay.
Like half of it was supposed to be here and half of it's not.
Haha, pretty girl. And Miss Khaleesi.
Like there'll be parts of Sons of the Forest where You were going through a fucking cave and shit, and it's literally just a fucking cave, and there are monsters and shit everywhere. And then you'll get past the monsters, and you'll come to a portion where it's a motherfucking hallway, like in a subway station, or a fucking leading to a conference room, or a supply room, or a fucking laboratory. And of course you can't get into them, you have to fucking go find everything else, but you're really just like, yo. Not only does this section of the hallway look like it's fucking daylight when you've been in a cramped ass fucking tunnel with fucking horrors and shit, but there are maglock doors and fucking and seating.
Why isn't it showing up? Oh, maybe I gotta take. Okay. Alright, alright. So, I am not a hardcore player. I want to enjoy my experience with this game. I like a challenge, but I am not a masochist. You know what I'm saying? I want to enjoy all the pageantry this game has to offer, as well as its combat. So, I'll put it on medium for now. If it's too easy, then I'll put it up to hard. But I'm not going into a fucking Doom style game without a dab in my fucking in my head. I don't want to fucking start until. And please, Games Workshop, don't beat me over the head for this music. I'm like, if there's so can I go back and is there a is there a no, there's no okay so there's no streamer mode or anything like that. Please, Game Workshop. I'm just trying to enjoy your new game for my audience, and also build my audience too. So. But I'm also not going to push my luck, so here we go.
Nothing, once touched by the hand of chaos, remains untainted. You are under the dominion of the Ordo Malleus to assist my investigations into a world that has already faced that damned infamous. Rhykker has been under the close watch of the Inquisition since the Grim Skull War. The Forge world remains largely secure, but we have picked up concerning energy readings in the surrounding system. I have my suspicions, although we have not had sufficient time to pinpoint the origin of these foul energies. While most of the planet remains unaffected, it is my belief that rogue elements within the Adeptus Mechanicus may have been experimenting with a surviving fragment of Inquisitor Drogon's power source. Your mission is to assist me in locating a fragment of the power source. While I consider this threat extremely serious, your superiors have seen fit to second only a handful of you to my supervision. In the absence of a larger force, we should pray to the Emperor that this does not develop into a more dire situation.
We know it will.
This servo skull will guide you. In Commodosphere is one of the few sanctified and preserved from the purging of Drogon's heretical archives. Together, you will search sites where communication has become sporadic. Should you encounter any opposition, you may assume they have been tainted by the ruinous powers. Suffer not the heretic to live. While I
Praise be the
continue
Emperor.
my investigations aboard the Crown, you will be deployed to a habitation zone we lost contact with several cycles ago. You should assume the situation to be extremely hostile. Beware, we do not know how far the taint of the arch-enemy spreads.
My brothers. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Nice. Okay. So what? It's a little awkward. Yes, I know. God damn it. Got it. That was pretty cool. Alright. Miss Quincy area. Okay, so I gotta go back there. Collect all this. Collect my icon. Yeah, I guess I missed. I mean, not missed, but I guess I could have looked. we supposed to go? Am I missing something? Yeah, I see that. So... where are we supposed to go, sir? Alright, so no. Ah. Sound keeps going in and out. Keep forgetting that I have grenades too. Look at that. Look. It's a Titan, not a Titan. Well, it is one of the Legio Titans, I guess. The big boys. Come on. Nice. All right. No. No. Not there either. What is that? I don't think I'm getting to that one just yet. Alright. Let's go do it the right way. No, I don't have any there. There's not a whole bunch of ammo. So, okay. Let's do this. All right. This game is fun, and it's actually fairly straightforward in its presentation. I don't have to think about it. You're just out myrtleizing anything that comes across your bolter. It's kind of fun, and I'm liking it. Let's see, we're at 5 hours. All right. I think I'm going to cut it here for the evening. It's been a long one. We've been through, we've seen a lot. We've been through a lot together tonight. I'm tired. Want to get, I got to get ready for bed, and I got to put my fucking laundry in the fucking dryer. We'll pick up, actually, go ahead. This game rocks. Pink Horror of Zinch, nice. Something in my profile. Okay, so so that was Warhammer 40k Boltgun. We'll be getting into that quite a bit. It's got a bug or two, but nothing that's caused me to die. I may up the difficulty on the game, but we'll see. I am enjoying myself quite a bit. But on that note, thank you very much for joining me tonight on this absolutely awesome ride with a lot of frights, shocks, terrifying visages, thoughtful deliberation on what AI might bring in the next couple of years. Some short films that really, like one or two of them, definitely got to me. Thank you very much to Meow Wolf for providing very confusing and entertaining short commercials in between to break up the absolute weirdness going on in the short films. And thank you very much to the developers of Warhammer Boltgun. Very nice, very doomy, very Quake-ish. It's awesome, and I think Quake is either here or out soon. Gotta check that out at some point. But with that, thank you very much. I hope you have a great week. I may see you again during the week. I don't know. During my work week, things either happen or don't. I've been fond of getting my sleep. So stay happy, stay healthy, stay safe. I love you all. I have been Josh with American Gnome Productions. This has been The Gnome Show. Have a great week. Be safe.